Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's live stream. It is Wednesday, the 29th of April, where I'm coming from. And I hope wherever you are coming from, all is well. Hobo Joe checking in. Yo, yo, yo. It's good to have you. Hope you are well. And yeah, here we are. It's Hump Day, baby. Another celebration on the calendar of the working class. Hump Day, known affectionately as the middle of the week. But yeah, by the end of the day, as long as you get a traditional working week, I guess you would say, by the end of the day, you will be sliding on into the weekend, baby. So enjoy your hump day, and you can enjoy a hump day for many purposes. I'm sure after people have finished their working day, they may celebrate with not just figurative hump day, they might make it literal. So enjoy it where you can get it, but it's always good to pause for thought and think about important things for working people. Dilemmas, let's get regal. Yeah, all right. You know, I don't think we've ever gone here before. I don't think we've actually ever washed an actual royal, not like a tech lord who's LARPing at being a royal. Some weird ass tech bro. But like, yeah, we're gonna watch a royal talk today. So let's do this. Captain Bucket, howdy. I chucked a little Carl parody in clips and riffs for you. Okay. Is this like something that we should open the day with? Is that what I'm hearing, Hobo Joe? Captain Bucket, ready to smash the fash? You know what? I think you should meet up with Ravy, baby. I think you two could get together over some smashing of the fash, but let's do it. I'm in, Captain Bucket. Ravy, baby, LOLO. Ninja Nurse, same mystery time, same mystery channel. Woozle in the house, morning all. King Charles, like Bundaberg rum, he's good in my book. There we go. It's a fun light start to the day. All right, let's do this. Our mate Charlie threw a couple of climate change jabs in his speech. Did he? Have you actually watched the whole thing? Because I'm going to fucking make you watch it again. Unless you've just done highlights. Wait, full sentences, proper enunciation. I can't cope. We could smash the fash. You tell me Ray should smash. Ooh. Me and Ray should smash. Ooh, that's gay. Well, like you could just smash the fash together. The crowd cheered more than Charles mentioned America winning the Revolutionary War than they did anywhere else. Interesting. Yeah, I did. Oh, man. You're just too ahead of the game for me. But like, you know, strap yourself in. And, you know, it's maybe better on the second time round. There's some gay stuff going on in the comment section. Just for Ravy Baby and Captain Bucket. All right, let's have a look at this. What is this? Let's start us off here. Clips and riffs. Let's have a look. What have you got installed for us, Hobo Joe? I hope it is suitable for all audiences. Let's check this shit out, shall we? I'm a little nervous. Never miss a post from Henry. Who's Henry? Let's check this guy out. Can you see that? No, you can't see anything. I need to change my scene. What is it?
Brizzy in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Dad was a truck driver. Mum was a jar of Vegemite. Dad rode his pet kangaroo named Robert Menzies to the pub every morning. I went to school barefoot and fully naked with whole echidnas and cheese for morning tea. At bath time, Mum would wash us down in the backyard with a whole bottle of Bundy. I can still smell the molasses. Good on you, Mum. Holidays meant the Goldie. Beaches, icy poles, white people. Best.
What's an icy pole? There must be a fucking AI job at interpreting Australian right there. It's safe. All right.
This was a time when you could order a packet of cigarettes off the menu at Hungry Jack's and smoke them right there in the restaurant. When you kissed your dad on the lips, but it wasn't gay because homosexuals hadn't been invented yet. Sizzler for special occasions. Cheesy bread. Rat poison. Dad bought 5 houses in one afternoon with a $20 note. Interest rates were -8. Allen border. Maybe the last strong border our country had. Women heroes of mine too. None of which immediately spring to mind, but they were there. Gave us something to dream about, they did. Riding my BMX bike with my mates to Cooktown. Was gone for 9 months before Mum got worried. I'd go mustering, North Queensland. Days in the dirt and soil, preparing me for my destiny. Wearing a suit to interview Married at First Sight contestants at 6 in the morning. I love our farmers. I love whoever picks all the fruit and does those hard jobs. Whichever Australian does that is awesome. A time when men were men.
Like, the joke is obviously that it's not Australians that are picking fruit at all, right? Like, we have ring-ins that do that for us, eh? A labor force from overseas. Icy pole sounds like popsicle. Yeah, interesting.
When women were men. You wouldn't hear of that now. Beer, bush, reef, coral, bush, dirt, dust, soil, dirt. I love this land. Big, brown. The land, that is. Just the land. Australia. Don't let them take it away from us.
PV, you're watching Carl Stefanovic's Australia video. Thank you very much. That was a good contribution there. That'll get us nicely into watching the Royals. Dilemmas wanted to hear the King's speech, then hear the Seppos claim the King can't take over the Commonwealth countries. Can take over the Commonwealth countries if he wants to. LOL. Only if you say no homo first. Pop a pickled onion on an echidna spiky. You got an Aussie toothpick. How we going, Jag? Icy pulse sounds like popsicle. Dilemmas. Oh, it's only gay if you open your eyes if you open your eyes. Got it. The good old days when you get high on morphine. Yeah, fuck. When they used to spray morphine into bud. That's some scary shit. Remember, fellas, making your girl come is gay. Interesting. Very interesting. Dilemmas. Anyone remember trips to the servo when leaded fuel was a thing as a kid? Good times, good highs. Wow. Bit of bush and reef sounds like a great night. Not gonna lie. We got someone coming in from Kick as well for promotional purposes. See you later. Thanks for the contribution there, Hobo Joe. It's good to have a slice of Australiana to start our hump day. And welcome to all of you. If you're not sure what we're doing today, we're just going to be catching up on some world affairs. And when I say world, I mean the world that centers on the imperial core of capitalism, currently, America. So we're going to be looking at what's been going on in the US of A. And I think the hype train at the moment is centered squarely around the King's visit. That's right. King Charles is visiting the US, if you weren't aware. And so we're just going to get a quick catch up on that. But like, I wanted to actually hear his speech to Congress. I don't know if this is as historic a moment as people are making out to be. How many royals have actually walked into Congress? British royals, that is, walked into Congress and addressed them since the Revolution. Hey? I don't know if that's happened before, actually. Someone can fact check that for me before I ask my research assistant. But, obviously this is going to be a monumental occasion. Monumentous? I don't know. You tell me. Gummy Cheese Wing, howdy. How you going? I thought you might enjoy that one. He has some great skits on Carl. Yeah, it was good. It was clever. I like that. The jury's out on this one. Do we actually say icy pole? Is that a thing? I didn't know Australians said that. I thought we just said like ice blocks. Was that what we called everything? I don't know. I'm gonna have to defer to the audience on that one. If you're making your girl come is gay, I'm straight as boy. Very good dilemmas. Girls don't come. It's lefty propaganda. Yeah, it's dirty socialist propaganda. Maybe baby girls don't poo. Okay. Interesting conversation going on here. Gummy cheese ring, just doing some archery. Gonna listen for background noise. Excellent. I hope you tune in and out at your leisure. Enjoy the archery. Some things never change. Hope it's going well. It's called Super Dupers. Yeah, I say Icy Pole. It's the name of a home brand when I was a kid. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I obviously didn't buy Icy Poles then. I can't remember what my parents used to get. Just remember Juicy Fruit, I want to say. Those were the ice blocks that we got. Icy Poles are Super Dupers. An ice block has a stick. Okay, got it. Got it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm learning. Like the white box icy poles for like 20 for $3. All right. Inflation. How times have changed. Now we're doing it tough. Con in the house. G'day, gang. KK. Icy poles are just Povo ice blocks. Aha. Well. So obviously I lived a life of luxury because I only ever knew ice blocks. There it is. Yes, they are the home brand cheap stuff. All right. Listen to me. Life of luxury. Take that, all you icy pole people out there. All right, let's have a look and catch up on what is going on. Why is the king there? I actually would like to know whether a king has addressed Congress since the Great Revolutionary War. Actually, that'd be interesting to find out. I know the Queen has been like on a state visit, like in the early 2000s. But a king addressing Congress? It sounds offensive to me. Hey, what would the founding fathers say? Honestly, I didn't die for this. Americans didn't shed blood for this shit. Let's have a look here. Has a king or queen of England addressed Congress before Charles III? Let's have a look. All right, we got a call here. I think it was during Kennedy, if I'm not mistaken. Captain Buck, another Povo ice block is getting juice boxes and putting them in the freezer from Bilo back in the day. Fuck, what happened to Bilo? We still have like IGAs around. I remember IGAs, and there was another. What did they have? What was their home brand? Black and gold or something like that. Yes, Queen Elizabeth II addressed the joint meeting of the US Congress before King Charles. Okay. She did so in 1991. Until Charles III, the only British monarch to address Congress. Her speech emphasized long-standing alliance between the United Kingdom and the US, particularly in the context of the end of the Cold War and the recent Gulf War. And there's a fucking pattern forming, and the United States decides to go fuck up the Middle East. The British are like, hey, we used to own that territory, okay? We know how to handle the Middle East. Can you just calm the fuck down, please? So Charles III is not the first. His mother set the precedent more than 3 decades earlier. All right. Juicy fruit was chewy. Wait, I need to know, as I have lots of debates with these dirty Victorians. As a New South Welshman, it's popper. Down there, they call it juice box? No, honestly. I thought that was an American thing. What is the right term in your views? Poppers all the way, bro. I was actually saying that to a French person the other day. They were like, oh, what do you call these things? I was like, they're called poppers. I thought Americans called them juice boxes. They're poppers all the way. I refuse to accept the term juice box. Rogue in the house. How you going? Did you guys get the frozen OJ cups from the tuck shop? Yes. Yeah. It's like the stuff that you get like on a plane or something, right? And you just peel it back. Yeah, I remember those. Holy shit. Sunny boys for the win. Sunny boys. Remember when you didn't have to pull equity to buy a Magnum? Yes. Yes. The downfall of Huey. Where is he now? If you were watching Huey, that meant you were pulling a sickie from school. Did Huey's suspenders finally give up? That's very funny. Pop Tops, poppers, or something else? Juice box is just a juice in a little cardboard box. Yes, but like in Australia, I thought we called them poppers because like when you put the straw in to the little foiled up hole, it's a popper. As I have learned, Victorians seem to have a lot of American words in their vocabulary. Apparently, it was always fruit box to me. Oh my god. So are we the exception in New South Wales? No, it's everybody else who is wrong. I'm sure. Juice box is the brand name. Poppers are the cultural name. Thank you. I remember we used to have Just Juice everywhere when I was a kid. Just Juice. Poppers is a drug drink. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, well, not for primary school kids in New South Wales, apparently. Imagine Trump wanted to start shit with the king. Keir Starmer was the PM of the UK and got disrespected on a global platform, but King Charles is the sovereign of the entire Commonwealth, including the big ass country sharing their northern border. Yeah, someone was saying that yesterday, right? But like, if you offend the king, then what, Canada's going to invade? Was that you, Ninja Nurse? Canada's not going to put up with that shit. No way. It's popper in Queensland. Oh, well, Queensland, they are the most Australian. So, like, let's just go with the Queenslanders on this one. I'm sorry, I'll see myself out for that one. Well, poppers are useful for a little tight hole. Okay, that's why you see yourself out. Very good. I thought it was popper because when you're done, you blow it up and jump on it. Yes, actually, thinking about it now, that was the most exciting thing about a popper. Yeah, you blow it up to the max and then boom. Any seppos watching are thinking, what the hell? Also poppers, but as an adult, popper means something different on Grindr. What does it mean on Grindr? If you can get away with saying it and me reading it out, I would like to know what it means on Grindr. We speak the king's tongue in SA. We are correct. LOL. Yeah, well, that king just addressed Congress. So, like, how do you feel about that? Poppers, thank you. It's a relaxant, LOL. Okay. Radio. Is that like jungle juice, relaxant? Queensland also used to say, what? Referdex rather than street directories. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, yeah, they mean fun. Always VHS cleaner. Not just for Grindr, LOL. You're so innocent, E. Yeah, apparently. Jungle juice. Yeah. Interesting. Have a whiff of that. Don't say anything. All right. Look at my joke and put the two together. Wait, where's your joke? It's a relaxant. Also VHS cleaner. Right. Got it. Okay. Got it. Poppers. Okay. All right. Everyone calm the fuck down. Oh, what's this? This is the stuff, is it? Lovely. All right. Fair enough. I have gotten my lesser in Grindr before taking on the Royals, the Camp Royals. Let's do this. All right. Are we gonna like get a rundown on this, or just go straight to the King's speech? Do we care about what other stuff that they've been doing? Maybe the BBC will tell us. Jungle juice. The best juice is always concentrated. Wow. I didn't think this is how the stream was going to start today. Very interesting.
Expected to call on countries to stand together to defend democratic values when he addresses Congress later today. The King and Queen Camilla are in Washington on a historic 4-day state visit, the first by a British monarch in nearly 2 decades. Well, during his speech, the King's also expected to underline the importance of the long-standing alliance between the UK and the US at a time.
It's like how you can apply Bonjela to go full throat goat. Good old leather cleaner. Wow.
Time of diplomatic strain between the two nations. Well, our senior royal correspondent Daniela Ralph begins our coverage with this report from Washington.
As far as UK-US alliances go, this one was looking pretty friendly. The presidential hosts greeted their royal guests at the White House. There were no signs of a troubled diplomatic relationship. This was the King's first state visit to America as monarch, and President Trump is hosting his first state visit of his second term in office. There was time for afternoon tea and chat. Earl Grey and a royal blend were served up.
Back on beverages. Does everyone like Earl Grey? Does anyone have any preferences when it comes to tea? Because Earl Grey sucks, if you ask me. I wonder what the Americans think about all this tea and stuff.
King and Queen were supposed to be here for around 20 minutes. They ended up staying for more than double that.
More than
Today,
double?
the King will address Congress in a speech designed to emphasise the spirit.
Thank you. Earl Grey's ass. Thank you. What's that? Rooibos? I don't know how to say that. Probably butchered it. But yeah, Earl Grey sucks. I don't know why they're drinking that.
Of friendship in challenging times. It's thought the King will reference topical issues, including the conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East.
Not a tea man. Playing 43 all day, all night, like a real Aussie. I don't know if you can drink coffee all night. I don't know about that. I only like French Earl Grey, which has vanilla added. Regular Earl Grey tastes like you are licking the inside of a purse at salad. It does have an aftertaste of purse. That's fucking crazy. What a weird connection you just made in my mind. Yeah, why does it taste like a purse? Oh my god. I'm more of a chamomile guy. Yeah, interesting. Everyone's so cultured here. Watch Melania act like she's all regal and shit. Hey, look. She can pole dance and be regal. You know what I'm saying? Okay, she can go to wild Epstein parties and hang out with Little St. James and then hang out with the King during the week. Why not? Gummy Cheese Wing. Obviously, the US is the world's sole superpower, but the notion of a figurehead monarchy like the British is just weird, pretending like they care about democracy when capitalism evolved from feudalism. Yeah, it's actually pretty funny, isn't it? Having a monarch talk about, like, hey, don't forget about democracy. Very interesting. International roast. If you got ADHD, coffee is great for going to sleep. Oh, okay. Fair enough then. Guess that's why I can't have coffee, I guess, before going to sleep. It just doesn't work for me. I was a chef. I know flavors. Yeah, and you know how to compare them to things, like weirdly accurately. A little bit of orange rind into a crappy tea makes it less so. Good tip. Thank you very much. Tastes like English excellence. The King isn't that far removed from the island. Okay, yeah. Fair enough, actually. Can you please watch Alex Jones crash out? It was so funny. You have to watch. What, in relation to the King? Is that what we're talking about here? If it's in relation to the King, let's fucking do it. If you can hit me up with a link, I'd love to watch Alex Jones crash out about this state visit. Gum cheese wing. Like, the US became what it is from feudalism. But I guess you could argue the British Empire was a capitalist empire. Even back then, with like, it just weird when you think of the Magna Carta. Interesting points. Ravi, I like adding cinnamon to my coffee and tea. You know what? The French loved doing that. I was surprised. They just kept asking me if I wanted cinnamon and stuff. I was like, can you just leave me alone? And I'm sure we've talked about this before, but I guess Aussies are very snobby like this, but the French coffee just sucks. It's just awful. They do espressos and that's it. And like, if you want to have like milk in your coffee, then they just add milk to an espresso, but they don't know what they're doing. So they add too much, so you can't taste any coffee anymore. It's just fucking outrageous. It's just outrageous. Someone like a culture as high as the French culture, with so much of coffee culture attached to their name. It's just awful. It's just awful. The Lemons give credit. The British was the first civilization to actively ban slavery. Interesting. Like this time around, let's say, for the modern era. But they did so actively to undermine their competitors in the Americas, actually. But like that's a conversation for another time. Ravy KK, I'm excited for the new rendition of Face Off, starring Alex Jones. And who's the other person you've mentioned? And Tim Heidecker. Cinnamon in Milo is good too. I've never heard of these things. Oh my god, yeah, Alex Jones. He is skinnier. I'll see what I can what I can find. All right. I suppose all this tea talk considering visiting the US. Yeah, I guess. But they sat down for Earl Grey, and Earl Grey sucks. Running coffee and tea with your milk. Ruining coffee and tea with your milk. Yeah, I know we've had this conversation before. Like I had a tea once here on the stream, and everyone's like, "What is that?" And I was like, "Oh, it's just milk in the tea." And I believe you, Jag, and some other people were very offended by that. But like, come on. It doesn't have to be that way. It adds flavor. Jones bargaining with his shirt off. Barging in with his shirt off will never not be funny. It's like real life Kool-Aid man. Interesting. Ever watch the Yanks try Milo and only put one spoonful in? It's blasphemy. Yeah. That's probably why they add cinnamon, because it's shit. Cinnamon responds to sweet receptors. So it's usually replacement for sugar. Okay. Everywhere I expect to have good coffee is inferior to ours in reality, I find. Yeah, fair enough. That's a fair call. Fair call. Peak Aussie gripe. The bloody coffee. It's outrageous. The only place in Europe you find good coffee is Italy. Everywhere else, their coffee is pretty arse, unless it's a country like the Balkan region where you can get a decent cup of coffee. When I was in Athens, I found that they knew how to do coffee as well. So maybe it's a Mediterranean thing. Have to be bang on the Mediterranean. That's like putting A1 on a steak. I don't know what A1 is. Can you translate for me into Australian or into mystery? On a steak. Trump would fucking hate Earl Grey. I can only assume it was a troll. Trump secretly put Diet Coke in his cup. Lap Jeff in the house, brothers. How are we going? My internet friend. We're talking about tea and coffee right now. Because Trump just had tea with the king, upsetting long lines of American revolutionaries. Worcestershire sauce? Is that what that is? But I thought Worcestershire sauce on steak was actually pretty nice. Is that really an abomination? It's just a sauce. Like you could put anything. You could put ketchup, as I would say, tomato sauce, or mustard. Like you can do anything with steak. Come on, man. Come on, man. Pretty sure black tea is supposed to either have a dash of cream or milk. Yeah, well, apparently not for everyone, KK. I hear ya. But like, apparently not. Not for Americans. And for Europeans, I found as well. They have their tea black. I was talking to someone about Alex Jones laughing at some of the shit he says, and he said, yeah, he was right about the frogs. He sounded like he was going to seriously argue with me, so I let it slide. Give me old school cinnamon scrolls and a double latte any day. That Starbucks whole business model just had more sugar and whipped cream. My nana only trusted me and my cousin out of the whole family to make the mocha on Sundays. No one else was allowed to touch it. There we go. What I'm hearing is we need to make an Australian coffee co-op, which establishes Aussie coffee shops around the world so they don't have shit coffee. Yes, we can bring coffee, like proper coffee culture to the world. We need a coffee revolution. No, you don't put anything on a good steak. Okay. I see what you're doing there. Yeah. Wash your sister sauce is how many Americans pronounce it. Okay, fair enough. I'm learning something every day. Every day. Worcestershire sauce. Okay, very funny. Okay, so like if it's a good enough steak, you don't put anything on it. I can get down with that. But like, you know, not always do you get premium. Hey, sometimes you get economy. And so you need to sauce it up a little bit. I marinate cheap steak in balsamic. Ooh, I'm gonna have to try that. That actually might help, actually. Let's take Starbucks lunch. DeLarge Alex? Is that right? Let us know if you're new here. And let me know if I pronounced that right. DeLarge Alex. I wonder how many of the NSN have their coffee black? Or does it cause some kind of existential crisis for them? Oh man, that's fucking hilarious. Or like they probably just can't have coffee at all, knowing where it comes from and where it's native to. And they can't touch tea either. Eh? Can't touch any of those things. They just have water. White water. I used to work with a doctor who would order a long black that was made from 4 espresso shots. God damn. Well, doctors would know. They usually are a bastion of great health and practices, right? Maybe this is why Greeks live so long. Eh? That's how they start the day. Yeah, they have some pretty good coffee there. Like, they understand it a bit, like the variation in coffee. Oh, Alex DeLarge. It's a character from Clockwork Orange. Okay. Fair enough. And yes, are you new here? Let us know. Drink black coffee while they listen to their rap music. Yes. Yeah, when they have their get-togethers and they'll have breakfast together after listening to rap music all night long. That's fucking hilarious. Gravy, balsamic, oregano, garlic, parsley, olive oil, salt and pepper. Let's marinate, then chuck on the barbecue. Good for cheap cuts. Don't do this to ribeye, please. For God's sake. I have 3 espresso in my coffee. LOL. God damn. Now, has E seen Clockwork Orange? Oh my God. I actually have. I remember watching it with someone at university and thinking, what the fuck is going on? Like, no context. They were just like, we got to watch this movie. It's apparently a classic. And like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I was probably pretty high. But like, some scenes stick with you, even if you are. And so, yes, I actually have. So like, Dilemma's just, can you screenshot that or something and send it to Han when he comes in? And just be like, look, he has a little bit of culture, just a little bit. I pop in from time to time, but I'd still say new. Well, welcome. And I'm assuming you are American then? If you say Americans pronounce this in a certain way, let us know. And tell us what you think about tea. Because your president, if you're American, just had tea with the king. The head of the Commonwealth, apparently. One of my favorite movies, along with Eraserhead. I don't know what Eraserhead is. I haven't watched that. Anyone tried Copy Lupac? Copy Lupac? No, I have not. Pretty much how I got introduced to it. I as well. Yes, I am American. Okay, well, tell us what you think about Earl Grey, please. Well, I would like to know. I'm asking for a friend. Asking for a friend. Iced sweet tea is common in the South, but overall tea isn't popular as coffee. Okay. Yes, iced tea, right? That's a southern thing, isn't it? Like a plantation owner thing, I imagine. As they survey the lands. It's good to have land. Suppo sipping tea with the pommies. Guess the tax over tea wasn't such a big deal after all. Yeah, there's so many things being smashed here with this visit. I want you to watch Eraserhead Mystery. If you thought Clockwork Orange was weird, all right. I hope I'm not going to regret this. I'll add it to my list. What is it again? Eraserhead. Yeah, I read that right. Eraserhead. You got it. I'll add it to my list. I don't know if I have enough time, but I'm going to do it. I need your review of it. All right. Big. Copy Luwak is coffee from beans that little tree rats shit out. All right. Lovely. And so like it's digested and it changes the flavor or something. Have you tried it? Who brought it up? Oh, it was you, Con. Have you tried it, Con? Let us know. I need your review of it, please. I just want to bring up this as a thought experiment. Could you imagine if Diana was the queen? How different the dialogue would be around global affairs right now? I don't know, man. Interesting. It's an interesting, yeah, like how different with global affairs. Yeah, but they would have just found another reason for her to die in a tunnel somewhere. But like, yes, if she had survived multiple attempts in tunnels, yes, dialogue would be very different. Very different. Very. It's popular in SEA. What's the acronym for, please? I remember trying some as a kid in Bali and seeing the little cat monkeys doing it. Rat monkeys, maybe. I never understood. Oh, Southeast Asia? Oh, okay. Wasn't what I was expecting. Thank you. Yeah, the animal eats the coffee fruit, then poops out the beans, and they get digested along with particular enzyme, I think, that makes it taste different. I never understand how Americans drink so much coffee, but it's so shit. Yeah, I just remember it being really watery, like really watery stuff. And so that's why I guess they can just drink so much, because it's diluted. Diana was trying to speak out about Epstein, etc. Watch her later interviews. Wow. Oh, obviously, she was going to get some tunnel treatment then. It makes sense. What happened to everyone else? All right, back to the king. Back to the king.
So many royal speeches, there is an element of having to read between the lines. Addressing Congress, the king is expected to reference the fact that historically, America
we can watch this later.
In the familiar territory
is to come together.
At the British Embassy came the familiar territory of a garden party.
A garden
guests,
party?
Politicians, charity workers, and the Olympian Tom Daley. And for the Queen, there was also a chance to meet some old friends.
It's super expensive. No comment chick bought hers in Vietnam. She lives in Thailand after Trump got elected in the US. Watery coffee, watery beer. Things aren't bigger and better when all you do is add more water.
For a very long time.
Hearing from survivors of Jeffrey Epstein remains off the agenda for the King and Queen this week on legal advice. But at the embassy, the Queen spent...
On legal advice? Are you listening to that? So, like, you know, so much for your head of state kind of thing. These two can't go and speak to Epstein survivors because they've gotten legal advice? What the fuck? Talk about emasculated royals. They don't even do things on legal advice. What's going to happen? Well, they're going to get sued by someone? That's fucking... What's that about? Like, this is bourgeois society. It's a legal affair. You know that these leftover feudal types are fucking meaningless. When the pillar of bourgeois civilization, the lawyer class, not the commerce people, not the entrepreneurs, but the lawyers, they're telling the royals that they can't meet with whoever the fuck they want. It's not a decision about what's good diplomacy. It's what's good legally. That's fucking crazy. Legal advice? What the fuck? It's just weird. Does Australia grow coffee to just brew it differently that makes it good? Yeah, I think it's just the way it's brewed, to be honest. I don't know. I think there is coffee that is produced in Australia, but it's not of quality or enough volume to service our market. I think it's just the way that we brew it. It's just stronger. It's just like the flavor it is way more intense. And so you can add milk to it and it's okay. It's not going to kill you. It's like a small meal, really. I love how journalists from all platforms are talking about reading between the lines. They're treating this like a new Taylor Swift album drop. He looked like $1 million compared to Trump. But he can renounce his own brother because of Epstein. Yeah. What the hell? I think the UK has full unredacted e-files and they can't risk anything getting out. Okay. So that's why he can't talk to survivors for legal reasons. I don't know, man. It's weird. Let's be honest, the legal advice is that they will be recognized as one of the perpetrators. Yeah, someone will fucking go after them and be like, you were there. I saw you. Never forget, Camilla was the side piece. She probably lets Charles run the, what is that? The Hersey Highway? Diana was too much of a lady for such acts. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about now. We are aware of burning the coffee. Dude, as royals, they would have so much capital. Who cares? If you're completely selfish, it's good PR. Yeah, I know. They could afford to have some legal strife, I guess, over meeting some victims. The least they could do when Trump continually just denies the whole thing happened and thinks that he's completely exonerated. That's just fucking crazy. I'm waiting for more of the Mandelson drama to drop. If they spoke to survivors, they would be seen as sympathizing with Iran on the Epstein war. There's a lot at play. That's interesting, isn't it? Can't burn cold brew. To be fair, King Charles seems to have done more with his brother than a lot of America has done with the people implicated in the E-files. Charles more or less excommunicated his brother. America is still protecting Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and all the other in the emails, including their own president, right? Who has been fully exonerated. I've been fully exonerated. It would be a fuck you to Trump if he met with survivors on his visit. Okay. Yeah, that's a fair point. Like, if we carry in the chain of diplomacy, like if he goes there to meet Trump and have fucking Earl Grey tea, then meeting with the... But like, come on. I know what you're saying. It would be a fuck you to Trump. Fair enough. All right. I see your point. They're just as much a vassal as we are at this point. Yeah, bring on King Willie.
Time with groups working for domestic violence and child protection organizations in the US.
I think, of course, it has to be a choice for the individuals, certainly for the King and Queen as they come here for this event. I think certainly we all prioritize the voices of the victims and the survivors, ensuring that not only that they are heard, but that progress is made in repairing systems that broke down, that failed them.
The friendly arrivals of yesterday moved to the more formal, ceremonial elements today. But state visits are a mix of high diplomacy and personal chemistry. Before the day ended, the King and Queen got a chance to look at the White House beehives, including one shaped as the White House itself. Daniela Ralph, BBC News, Washington.
Yeah, so like, let's not meet Epstein victims, because it might fucking upset Trump, but let's hang out and check out a fucking beehive that looks like the White House, eh? That'll be a great photo op. The fact that they sought legal advice on the issue demonstrates that it was definitely on the cards for a visit. That's reading between the lines for you.
Let's get more on what we can expect through the day. Earlier, India McTaggart, the royal correspondent at The Telegraph, joined me in the studio.
The Telegraph.
This is going to be the King's moment to address a joint session of Congress.
All right, enough. Let's get the actual piece, shall we? Hey, King Charles up against Congress. Oh, let's get ABC News for this. They saw a bee house shaped like the White House. That justifies the funds used. Thank you, Dilemma. I knew you'd appreciate the fucking absurdity in that. Like, going from saying, oh, yes, well, for legal reasons, we can't meet any of the Epstein survivors, to, here's a nice photo op in front of a beehive. Time well spent. Thank you very much.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
Can I get some opinion from the Americans that are watching this right now? Maybe DeLarge Alex or Jag. How do we feel about having an English king addressing Congress? Is it like, water under the bridge, or are we like, hey, what the fuck? We kick these people out. Why the hell are we allowing them to address Congress? Outrageous. Ravy, did the bee house have a bunker? Sorry, a ballroom. Could you imagine if it did have a ballroom? That'd be hilarious. Notice they avoided the work king. The word king. Ha. Interesting. Yeah. Golly, good show, Governor. All right. All right, wait.
To you, His Majesty,
His Majesty.
Charles III.
They didn't say king, you're right. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, Han, here we go. They let anyone speak on the floor? Don't be like that, Han. Answer the fucking question. How do you feel knowing this fucking, this douchebag here, when what he represents, the British monarchy, now they're coming back in to tell you people in one of your most respected sites and institutions, tell you what's for. They already have El Fascismo as president. I don't think they care. LOL. That's pretty good, actually. And they never say Windsor. Interesting. Didn't Trump post a photo of them saying 2 kings? LOL. I'm sure he did. Wow. He's either going to kiss our ass or belittle us. Either way, we won't care what he says. Fair enough. Slim pickings. Hey. I see what you did there. Come on. I hope you're all clapping at home, or wherever the fuck you are. Show some goddamn respect. It's better be good. There's a lot of hype around this. It better be fucking fantastic.
Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Vice
Mr.
President.
Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress. And on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence.
Semi-quincentennial.
Mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence.
You know what? That's exactly what I expect from the king. That was good.
And for all of that time...
Suck, slobber, slobber. Fair enough. Well, he's getting into a rhythm, Han. But, I'm sure he's going to have some stabs. So it's not going to be all service from the king. He's going to say something that might offend a few Americans. I got pants on. How much more respect do you want? Well, fair enough. That's the limit. That's the bare minimum, let's say. Do you think that Charles can sleep the shit from Trump's diaper? I don't know. Let's get King Charles to take a being rip on the floor. I went to Little St. James and smoked some dank ass grass with President. Could you imagine? That'd be so good. And Trump would have to jump in immediately. No, I was never there. I swear. The flight records show it. I don't care about the royals, but I do recognize Camilla as the queen. Elizabeth did it with poise. I don't recognize Camilla as queen. Yeah, fair enough.
I'm so lucky.
So good. Are you? Clap, monkeys, clap.
And
you wish
for
you were
all of
there,
that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East which pose immense challenges for the international community and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet, too, in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to...
If I was there, my only line would be, I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. Fair enough. But they wouldn't give you a chance to say it. You'd have to heckle the king. I wonder if they would heckle the king. I wonder if we're going to see that in this speech. Probably not, right? People heckle Trump, though. They heckled Obama. I bet you they wouldn't heckle the king, though. That's too much. That's way too much. I always picture them having massive coughing fits. It's so funny imagining a politician or oligarch getting really wasted in public. It's been really funny if congestive heart failure did 2 birds, 1 stone here. Hey? Yeah, maybe.
To harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed.
He's a really good speaker, though. There's a world of difference between his speech and any of Trump's nonsensical rants. I guess there's no denying that. He's got that British charm and elocution. What's this, Han? Better be safe for work. Another movie reference or something, is it? It is.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Very good. Very good. Thanks, Han. You know what? It would surprise you, but I have seen that movie. So take that. Happy seals clapping. Also, let's take a second to notice Charles's fat fingers. Trump literally sounds like a toddler compared to any other poly. It's wild.
Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries. Standing here today, it is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms.
It's such a weird universe watching a fucking monarch talk about, like, America as the citadel of democracy. What a weird timeline this is. It's crazy.
Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave.
Is this legit? Is that a legit tradition, do you reckon? Or is it just a joke? Somebody got to fact check that one for me. This was a missed opportunity. Imagine if Charles wore a crown during this address. That would have treated Trump something royal. That's fucking hilarious. Could you imagine? Yeah, he wouldn't be pissed off about him meeting Epstein survivors, but he would be if he was walking around wearing a crown. and bawling. Like, Trump wouldn't have that. God, Charles, shut the fuck up. Get a podcaster on the floor. Citadel is such an ominous word to use and fitting. Yes. Tell us your wisdom, our German-blooded incest king. It's not democracy. It is a fortress, though. Look, is this true? I gotta know. Where the fuck is my research assistant? We are listening to King Charles's speech to Congress, and he has mentioned that there is an English tradition that when the king addresses Parliament, they take a member of Parliament hostage and hold them at the royal residence until the king returns. Is this a joke or is this true? It's actually true with a big asterisk. What Charles III is referring to is the real ceremonial tradition during the state opening of Parliament in the UK. A member of Parliament, usually the Vice Chamberlain, is formally held hostage at Buckingham Palace while the monarch goes to Parliament. They stay there until the monarch safely returns from delivering the King's or Queen's speech. Date back to the 17th century when relations between the monarchy and the Parliament were sometimes hostile, especially around the time of the English Civil War. The idea was symbolic to guarantee the monarch's safety. That's crazy. English history, though, is kind of littered with this stuff. Like, the Parliament really was, I guess you would say, much more revolutionary back in the day. And very, very hostile, I think, to the monarchs and the lords and all that sort of stuff for a long time. That's crazy. They still do it. No way. We need to bring this back. Not all traditions are bad. Yeah, fucking oath. Erica Kirk gets WWE fireworks. King Charles gets a round of applause. Read into that what you will. I bet while Charles is in America, he goes to a gun range. I wonder. Yeah, and then they shoot little beehives that look like the White House. Ah, yes, good chap, I do apologize, but we must be taking you hostage for a wee moment. I'm so very sorry regarding this inconvenience, good sir. Come on now, pip pip. That's very interesting. It is the House of Commons, us field folk.
I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today. As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident truths from which we can learn.
4IS in the house. Yo, 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 yo. What's up? We're listening to the King's speech, which has been highly acclaimed, apparently. Give up your King Charles speeches. Yes, all the way. Giving it up. Might see his fingers right. No way he can get those pointers into a trigger guard. Oh, Sarsaparilla Jane, back in the house. G'day. How are you? Welcome. We're looking through the King's speech. So, strap yourself in. We're basically just making fun of this entire situation. That's all that's been happening for the last, we're 6 minutes in. It's going to take a while. Plugs, if there are new peeps. Yes, I think there are new people here potentially. But yes, if you're watching this for the first time, make sure you subscribe for more. And if you're on Twitch, follow. If you're on YouTube and you haven't already, can you hit the like button, please? I do believe that helps with the search and discovery. So yes, please hit that like button. Ooh, la-dee-da. Yeah, I know, la-dee-da. Strap yourself in. You know what we did? We spent like half an hour talking about tea for you latecomers. 4IS and Sarsaparilla Jane. So let us know, because Trump sat down and had Earl Grey with this guy here, apparently the king. And I said I hate Earl Grey. It tastes like shit. And yeah, I would like to know your opinions on tea and specifically Earl Grey. Let me know.
And draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree. at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not
By
just
Jove.
for the benefit
So
of
good.
our peoples, but of all peoples. This
Yes, we discuss tea. For we are cultured persons, tally her. Yeah, tell that to Han. There's many ways to be cultured. My daughter is a tea connoisseur. She loves Earl Grey. To me, tea is just flavored water. I prefer coffee. Fair enough. Listening in while I mow the lawn. You're such a domestic powerhouse, you are, Ravy baby. Knows how to cook a steak, knows how to mow the lawn, makes the best mocker. All right, give me a second. Ah, that's so good. I wish I thought of that one. And our country's equally like colonizing and destroying civilizations around the world. Yes. Yeah, all this pomp about democracy and freedom. Hey, what's the real basis for your civilizations and the ability for them to have the luxury of freedom and democracy? Because it's based on other people's misery and suffering. Thank you very much. Bringing us back to reality as always. I'd make a great trad wife. Someone marry me. Well, I don't know. That's the thing. I've just said domestic powerhouse, but like, you know, mowing the lawns, cooking the steak, trad wife territory. I don't know about that. But like, hey, someone marry Ravy baby quickly. Why did Karl Marx dislike drinking Earl Grey with his breakfast? Is this a joke? Because property is theft? That's so good. All right. Fuck yeah, that's comment of the day. I haven't had a comment of the day in ages. Why did Karl Marx dislike drinking Earl Grey with his breakfast? Because property is theft. Thank you very much. That was good. That was good. I enjoyed that. You know who else mows the lawn? BB. Ayo. Savage, bro. It's too soon. Okay, I'll make a great husband. Someone marry me. You got it. Jordan in the house. Hello. Welcome. We're talking King's speeches and tea today. Property and Earl Grey. Let us know, Jordan, if you like tea or not, and if you do, what you think about Earl Grey, please. Thank you.
I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn.
How do I feel about old Charles? Apart from the fact that, like, most of these dated political positions, offices, I don't know what you call this, they are just an absolute drain on the public purse and, like, divert resources away from, like, commoners. Like, apart from that fact that they're just an absolute drain on resources, if he has political clout and uses it for, I don't know, purposes that are non-selfish and potentially put to good use, then like he has function. He has some function. People seem to look up to these types of people as like a kind of a guiding light in dark times, apparently. And their wisdom, the wisdom that comes with this station and their lineage is supposed to help society somehow. So if they, you know, if he uses his position well, he can have some good influence. But like, apart from that, I guess this is just old pomp for no reason. I guess it's just bullshit. Honestly, All of this stuff is just bullshit. I'm not a big fan of royals or holding on to old systems just for the sake of it. Just for the sake of it. People say like the royals are good for the economy because like it sparks a lot of tourism dollars and stuff like that. So like they're good for the economy somehow. I don't know, man. Like you can, like I've just spent time in Paris, and like you can still go and see royal institutions that are buildings without the royals there, and their economy's fine for tourism. It's doing well, so you can get rid of these people, and people can still go and see Buckingham Palace. Like, come on, I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's not my cup of tea, Jordan. You can live with me, Ravy. I take care of my women. You could just have a girl who knows her way around. A whippersnipper? Yes. But no, for real, I can't work. So I cover my household stuff. I can do it at my own pace. I have good days and bad, so it helps me feel not so useless. LOL. Fair enough. To be fair, the Royal Institution do a lot of philanthropy. Yeah, fair enough. I guess. Like, you know, like they serve functions just like, you know, the American politicians that are sitting in Congress right now. I'm sure they do a lot of philanthropy and they go to community organizations and cut ribbons and kiss babies and all that sort of stuff. But like, are they necessary? You know, are they a drain on resources? Are they a distraction? You know, I know. I see there to be little use apart from pageantry. But like, you know, the philanthropy is great. And like, he's an advocate for a lot of things like environmental stuff, which is great. But like, you know, can't we just have that advocacy without the position? I guess not. Bill Gates does a lot of philanthropy too. When you say it like that, and it's all tax write-off philanthropy too. It's great. In the UK, maybe, but Australia certainly doesn't need them, I don't think. Yeah. Charles is a climate advocate, I believe. So that's good, I guess. Yeah. Like, and it's great. But like, you know, do we need a king to be the one that draws attention to this issue? Can't this be the realm of advocates that aren't just born into a position? But like, you know, that's a brave new world I'm talking about. So I got to ground myself in reality sometimes.
The bond of kinship and identity between America and the United States.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, but influence to get things done instead of whinging about the problem. Yeah, but I'm sorry. But influence to get things done instead of whinging about the problem. Well, he does have influence, as I was saying. So as long as he puts it to good use, I guess that's the main thing.
The United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. Kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable. Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my first visit to Washington, D.C., the capital of this great republic. It is, in fact, my 20th visit to the United States and my first as King and head of the Commonwealth. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of two Georges. The first President, George Washington, and my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III. King George, as you know, never set foot in America, and please rest assured.
The royals look good on paper, but serve no real purpose. Kind of like the voice referendum, tough room. Am I right? What's the alternative for Australia then? Well, like not having royals? Well, we could have a republic. And like my advocacy for a republic is not just like because it's time for change. Like we could have an opportunity to sit down and reconstitute Australia and actually bring in some constitutional elements to Australian society that are lacking in the modern realm. Like our constitution is just awful. It's just an awful, awful document. And so like we could get rid of our ties to having foreign dignitaries, whatever these people are. It's just keep it simple. It's called the monarchs. Foreign monarchs having a say in our political institution, and we could like instill proper things like human rights into the document that binds us together as a society. So the alternative would be to basically reform Australian society and then have other types of figureheads that we pay homage to. Even potentially, even, you know, as he's spouting the wonders of democracy, we could have ones that are democratically elected. That'd be nice. Is the president of Australia having power then? Then yeah, I guess like we have a president, but like, you know, you don't have to have a president that's like all powerful like a king. You know, they have like a division of powers between them and whoever heads, I don't know, our parliament, let's say. But like this is all kind of very bourgeois solutions to things. I'm sure we could have a republic based on more direct involvement from the working classes. So not bourgeois democracy. We could have something else that is way more constituent related. So like people focused. And so, yeah, getting rid of a monarch like him would just be a way to redo the politics of our nation. I think it's important. I think it's definitely important. Human rights in Australia? Yeah, right. Then I'm the king of the UK then? Yeah, I know. I know, it sounds far-fetched, doesn't it? Like actually having human rights enshrined, not like borrowing from the UN or something, but actually having them constitutionally protected. And yeah, that was, I wiped my ass once and I actually made a better constitution than what we have now. Oh, I'd like to see that. You have to share your toilet paper with us. In the meantime, we should elect our Governor General. It should be appointed. It shouldn't be appointed from the PM. Side quest, fascist robot dogs. What's this? Is this something for later? I might put it in a separate tab then. Oh my God, what is this? What the hell is this? Oh, it's a quick one. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg robot dogs roam around a museum in Germany? The fuck?
In the past, our view of the world was shaped in part by how artists saw the world. Now, our view of the world is shaped by tech billionaires who own powerful algorithms that decide what we see and what we don't see, how much we see of it. That's an immense amount of power that I don't think we've kind of like sort of fully understood, especially
this is fucking hilarious.
when they want to make a change, they don't need to like lobby the UN. They don't need to like get a, you know, something through Congress or get something.
What horror show is this? It's art, baby. It's art. Are they
just, like,
shitting
wake
photos?
up and change these algorithms. Like they have complete control over these things that affect how the world views current events in an immense, like sort of like manner.
Yeah, it is crazy, isn't it? It's techno feudal. Wow. Is that Ukraine taking territory with all robots? The future is now. Wow, that was crazy. Yeah, it was not terrifying at all. Yeah, tell me about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action. The founding fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day.
That's pretty funny. That's fucking hilarious. I kept saying this to French people. They speak a lot of English, but I'm like, you know, just the other day. Or the other day. And they're like, what does that mean? They're like yesterday or like 3 weeks ago? Like, I don't know. It's context driven. Like you say like the other day. And like you kind of understand because of the conversation, what time period we're talking about. It's hard to fucking quantify what just the other day means, or the other day. I guess you use that type of language or you don't. I can't explain it. And I understand now how much Australians use fair enough. Like talking to people and then like, I don't know, they're telling me something and I'm like, oh, wow, fair enough. Oh, okay, fair enough. And they're just like, what's fair enough? Like enough of what? And I'm like, oh, I don't know. It's just how we respond to things. It's like an acknowledgement. Just think of it as an acknowledgement. I'm just acknowledging what you're saying. I don't think it's particularly fair or not. It's just how we speak, apparently. I didn't realize. Like calling someone old mate is not a compliment.
They declared independence by balancing contending forces and drawing strength in diversity. They united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the
non-native English speakers don't get idioms. Yeah, it was interesting. It just makes you think so much more about your language, and like how you communicate. Like you just puts a spotlight on things that you just use all the time. Yeah, the other day, that was an interesting one.
Ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta. These roots run deep and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689.
I remember saying, hit the lights in a hostel, and someone was like, why would I hit the lights? They've done nothing wrong.
Was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that...
That is fucking crazy. The Americans, your legal system, Americans, are you listening to this? Cites the Magna Carta? What the fuck? That's crazy.
Since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
What a fucking, that's, you want to talk about reading in between the lines? That's a massive dig at fucking Trump right there. Look who's standing fucking ovation before everyone else. Fuckface over here. Hey, yeah, take that, Trump. Hey?
At least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
What a fuck you to Trump. I wonder if Trump realizes executive power is subject to checks and balances. So you can take your court system, your judiciary seriously, please. Take your legislative arm seriously. You're not a king, Trump. Eh? Oh, mate, Charlie got a few jabs in. Yeah, I was waiting for the jabs. Eh? Well, old thing we inherited from the British is frivolous lawsuits because we only have implied freedom of speech. Yes, this is what I'm saying. We need our own constitution that is actually like a constitution. Like, seriously. But it flew over American heads, dry British humor on full display. Yeah. Trump won't realize the jabs until Fox News explains it to him. Maybe Fox Business. I don't know if Fox News will get this shit.
This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy. Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast, not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic of the United States.
Like, isn't this really weird that like he's traveled across the ditch to like give a lecture to Congress about the importance of democracy? Like, isn't this just a weird timeline where you have a king coming across to what did he describe it as, the citadel of democracy, to tell them how important democracy is, and not let a crazy executive run wild with a free society? Like, he's literally the representative of when there was a ruling and all-powerful executive going to the so-called home of freedom of democracy for the entire planet to tell them, or to remind them why freedom and democracy is so important. This is some strange shit, man. He's playing 4D chess. He's basically lecturing them on their heritage, and just remember all the connections between our people, and remember, you split away for this reason. I hope you haven't forgotten why you split away in the first place. Hey, don't forget your history, Americans. Hey, don't forget your history. Like, the majority of people won't look much into this stuff. I'm not saying I'm more intelligent, I'm a dumbass, but the type of language flies over the heads of most people. Yeah, I guess it does. When you really digest, you remember how capitalism twists people's mental states and alienated states to brainwash people. Yeah, this is interesting stuff.
In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding, it is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other. It is why, which is my hope, my prayer, that...
Sorry, I don't think you're up to date with the 4D chess reference. No, obviously not. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick look-sees then. 4D chess. Oh my god. Why does it do that? I hate when it does that.
Even a superhero or a Viking or a mythic figure or a biblical prophet pales in comparison to the genius that we are witnessing.
Zelensky's playing checkers and Trump is playing chess.
Trump's 3D chess move.
He's actually playing 4D chess.
President Trump's 5D chess.
That's not a dimension. The length, width, depth. 4 is time. There's no fucking 5. There's no 5. He is a god who has created a whole other dimension through which he plays board games. Let me even see. How do you play 5-dimensional Trump chess? Let me see how we do this. So here's how he would probably do it. We lose them for DEI. Okay. I guess that's it.
So, Palin.
Even a superhero or a Viking or a mythic.
DEI, take that, asshole. Very good. Very good. Okay, so that's why you're talking about 4D chess, not 5D chess. Come on. They all clap at times. Charles doesn't expect them to clap, but don't clap when he expects them. That's the cultural divide. Yeah, there's some awkward pauses where it's like, why aren't they clapping? I don't understand. I thought I was quite clear. I mean, it's cliche, but demographics are everything. Has a scary amount of truth. That's the issue with the NSN, for example. Correctly diagnose the problem, but flop the medicine needed. Do they always correctly diagnose the problem? I guess that's a discussion for a Far Right Friday. I see your point. They definitely are. They've got the vibe. They know how to read a room. For sure. They pick up on problems that they can wield to their advantage. I'll give you that. That's for sure. What's your opinion on the Second Amendment, mystery? My opinion is it should be abolished. Is the Second Amendment the one for the guns? Is that the one? Because if it's the gun one, I don't know if it should be abolished though. Like they seem to, I think the spirit of the Second Amendment is important. Like the spirit is in like enabling people. Like I'm getting the right one here, right? Let me just quickly think I've got the right one here. Second Amendment. Yeah, the gun one. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think it is outdated in the sense that I've talked about this before. People don't really agree with me on this one, but the Second Amendment has lost all meaning in the current world because what we have now is we have a very developed arms industry that makes like super profits basically off people having guns and being able to buy guns. So like when you hear people talk about gun rights, I think people are genuinely believing gun rights, but like they've been completely brainwashed in a capitalist world to think that it's about rights, where it's really just about there's a huge market for guns and people make, you know, billions of dollars of profit off guns every year. And so like they're more than happy to make people think that it's about gun rights and their ability to, you know, stand up to their government. When in reality, like if you gave everyone a gun in Australia or something like that, or even in America, you gave everyone a gun and told them to fight against their government, the government has, or the state has overwhelming capacity to basically eradicate or detain and control the entire population, armed or unarmed. Like, you know, they have death squads and people that are so acutely trained in raining down terror and destruction on civilian populations that, like, even if everybody had a gun, it's not a fair fight. It's never going to happen. But the spirit of the Second Amendment, I think, is important. And the spirit of the Second Amendment, I think, is supposed to be this idea that the sovereign people of a nation, of the nation, should be able to stand up against the tyranny of government and the elite classes that control government. So like I believe that the Second Amendment should stay so it can be referred to, but the idea though that like it's protecting like the actual like, you know, citizenry from being able to really stand up and do anything about the way the society is structured, it's never going to happen. Like, look at what happened on January 6th. Whether you believe in it or not, like you think it was some crazy far-right plot to take over, I don't know, Capitol Hill, or you know, you don't think it's a far-right plot, you think it was like people standing up. Like, those people were persecuted like they were enemies of the state and treated that way on purpose, because no one is going to promote people actually storming the Capitol in any society and trying to overthrow a government for any means like possible. They won't support that shit. It's not what the establishment does. And so like if you take that as an example, even if these people had guns and were exercising their rights to overthrow a government that they saw as corrupt or tyrannical. Like, it's never going to happen. So I believe in the spirit of the Second Amendment, but I don't think you're ever going to have a case where that, like, people will be allowed to use what it's supposed to be about. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Sure, the spirit is valid, but people's guns are pretty useless against tanks and missiles. Yeah, and like trained, like death squads. I don't know how else to call them. Good luck. 2A. Just get you shot in the back if you don't have the right political ideology. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Like you're talking about Peretti, right? The Peretti case. Like, he literally was allowed to have that gun, and they shot him because he had a gun. I was just like, well, I thought he's allowed to have a gun. Oh no, it was the type of gun that went off too early. It was a bad idea. Ravy baby, it only works if people know how to organize, and it seems the American left can't get it together with the Dems being MAGA light. Yeah, fair enough. I agree in spirit as well. Let's be honest, people become really moronic with these weapons. Ravy baby, otherwise it's just market creation. In saying that, though, we have gun shops here. It's not like you can't get a gun at all. The dilemma is, don't discount the amount of gun sales contribute to wildlife conservation. Don't discount the amount of gun sales contribute to wildlife conservation. Is that a joke, or are you being serious? Maybe I'm just reading that wrong. America goes too far, in my opinion. The correct balance is licensing like Australia, but remove weird arbitrary laws like pump action is Class C, but lever action is Class B. It doesn't make sense. What about ban on recreation weapons then? I agree, Mystery, mostly. I mean, you can implement it far, far better than the US has. Like Chechnya, you can own handguns for home defense, but it's different to owning a powerful military grade rifle. But it should be everyone's right to own a firearm if they pass a license process. But the license process has to be fair and balanced. I'm sorry, but school shootings being so common is an example of why that system should be removed. Any kid losing their life should not be the norm or something you have to worry about. What's a recreational weapon? People use weapons at the weapon range. Military grade rifle is the lowest bidder. A military trains you to use semi-auto, not full auto, unless you're a dedicated machine gunner. So ban people from using guns for recreation? Have to go now. See you later. All right. Thanks for hanging, Jordan. Enjoy the rest of your day. Like, rifles have benefits. A lot of people who live far away from major cities are reliant to protect their families and have food, but you have capitalism twist people's minds to do wrong. It's true, a percentage of gun sales goes to park rangers to maintain national parks, etc. Okay. Look, again, I'm sure there's functionality for firearms. But like, the realm of discussion about whether it's a right, a necessary right, has been co-opted, has been deliberately taken over by people that want to profit off guns. You can't have anything sacred in a capitalistic society. I'm sorry. So if you think gun ownership is this sacred right, it's not. It's not a sacred right. It's just something that benefits an entire industry. That's why it's sacred. If it didn't benefit that industry, then it wouldn't be sacred. So it's like, it's the cart before the horse situation. The Second Amendment was there, and it benefits the captains of industry in arms production, so it stays and it has relevance. That's all. That's all that we've got here. And so, like, that's why, like, you know, like when John Howard did his thing and like did a huge buyback and changed gun laws significantly after Port Arthur, like, that wouldn't happen today, because of the way that we have lobby groups and the infiltration of public opinion through social media. People would bend over backwards and say, like, you're taking away from my rights to own guns. It just wouldn't happen today. Before, we had more sovereignty. And like, look at New Zealand, for instance. Like, after what happened in Christchurch, they wanted to cut back on their gun laws, and they couldn't because people were going to lose money, and so they didn't. Like, you can't take away the market factor from any of this. I'm not saying that it's overwhelming in all cases, But like, it's a huge factor. So it's not just a philosophical discussion. Like, you have to always factor in the point that we live in a market society or market economy, and like, guns are just hugely, hugely profitable. Never leave your firearm behind. It benefits capitalists. Capitalists twist it for their profit and political purposes, but it is necessary for people. In some cases, the actions are in Oz are manual handled for firearms. Yeah. We should watch Boy Boy sneak into the military show. It's the goofy way our laws are written that I don't like. It's very, this one looks scary, so Ben, this one fires faster, but it's okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Sorry, back to King Charles.
That in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords. I am mindful that we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none. The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been.
I'm going to treat this discussion the same way the extreme right deals with issues like DEI and human rights. Abolish all guns. No one should have a gun. If you have a gun, you should be thrown in jail. Having a gun is un-Australian / un-American. The guns are eating the dogs. So like, they're just, what's your point though? Like, just completely take a hard stance on it with no logical chain of thought. Just be like, no, I don't support it. Fuck you. That's why. So you can't just get a semi-auto and full auto and kill swathes of people, but I agree the gun lobby is nefarious and foul. So the people that profit from making guns. Did he just reference Kissinger? Wait, what did he say? And what a person to reference as well, my God. Especially after reading that book, The Jakarta Method, like Kissinger, oh my God. If you thought he was evil before, you can yo-yo, but only if you promise not to smack anyone in the face with it. To pass the license tests, you got to walk the dog. That's hilarious.
Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been. Atlantic partnership, Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been.
He did. He's referencing Kissinger. Twin pillars.
The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States had joined us in the defense of freedom, our shared values prevailed. Today, we find ourselves in a new...
Didn't they fly planes into the Twin Pillars? Savage. Only you can get away with that joke. A subtle know your place to America, LOL.
...era, but those values remain. It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991. The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership. We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it. Renewal.
Yeah, they are really fucking up the whole, like, it's time to clap. I've finished a statement. What I'm saying is that guns should have normal pronouns like the rest of us. Stop referring to it as it and start referring to guns by their gender they assigned it at manufacturing. He really looks like Mummy. You could put him in a monochromatic woman's suit and you think that she was back, yeah, with a little hat. Yeah. Why not? And a purse, of course, that smells of Earl Grey.
Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation in British defence. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, during part of which, over 50 years ago, I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, my grandfather, King George VI, my great-uncle, Lord Mountbatten, and my great-grandfather, King George V. This year, of course, also marks the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This atrocity was...
Like, fucking, they listen to themselves, even with someone like him, like, they're really promoting the idea of military spending. And on what ground? Like, to protect freedom? Like, we've heard this shit before. Like, even Palantir in their Techno Republic, they speak about, oh, if you want to protect your freedoms, if you like having a nice civilization, you know what that's built on the back of? Hard power. So he's like, even us in Britain, we are spending more on defense than we have since the Cold War. Like, congratulations. And like, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to tell us commoners? That like defense spending means what? War is coming. Are you prepping for something that you guys all understand and we commoners don't really grasp yet? Are you watching the world stage right now and like, yup, there's going to be another significant war event, like a world war. We're actually in the thick of it at the moment, but like, you know, you don't actually name a world war until you're halfway through it. And so like, yeah, the defense spending ramping up, like we should all be like happy with that. And like in the vein of what we were just talking about with like the gun laws and gun controls and all that sort of stuff and my right to bear arms, like, and who does that benefit? Eh? The cannon fodder that will be fed into the system, the working classes that will be fed into the system when people decide that we need drafting or conscription, or is going to benefit captains of industry that are part of the military industrial complex, and they're going to profit massively because every government around the Western world has decided they're going to increase defense spending. And they're not just going to, you know, build nationalized industry to supplement their defense requirements. They're going to turn to the private market. Like, is that what they're espousing here? We need more defense spending. Why? Do you predict a fucking all-out war? Is this what you're saying? It's not a vote of confidence, all this shit. He's saying we are spending more on defense to keep you safe. Just give up more of your rights and think just how much us and Palantir can keep you safe. Who's placing bets on Poly Market? It's Trump and his family. It's manufacturing consent. It is manufacturing consent, 100%. We're spending more on defense in the hope that we'll never have to use it. Oh, look, we have to start a war. We have to get involved in a war. Let's do that then, shall we?
a defining moment for America, and your pain and shock were felt around the whole world. During my visit to New York, my wife and I will again...
They're warring people. It's the only language they understand. Yeah, fuck. See, this is why I think the Crown is talking to China.
Pay our respects to the victims, the families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss. We stood with you then, and we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten.
Seems the writing is on the wall. Yeah. New World Order. Canada taking middle power alliances. The Crown moves pieces before itself. Yeah, the writing's on the wall. I think that's a really good way of saying it. Defense spending. Let's just do it the Hegseth way. Okay? As Hegseth says, it's not the Department of War. Sorry, it's not the Department of Defense. It's the Department of War. Let's call it what it is.
Immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder.
Department of War crimes. Yes, actually, I like what you did there. I should use that. You either believe in providing your own safety or trust the tech lords to keep you safe. Choose wisely. Yeah. But that's the thing, like, who are you going to be manipulated by? Tech lords or heads of state? Which one? They're probably all working together anyway.
Shoulder through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of US service personnel, defense officials and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states. We are building F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS.
And the fucking AUKUS got a shout out. They're building F-35s. Bam, bam. Like, come on. In the world of drone warfare, you're like spruiking the idea, like, we are building F-35s together. We are using ancient technology, okay? So we can be humiliated on another world stage, like what's going on in Iran at the moment, in the Gulf. And we're spending big on AUKUS, which is delivered fuck all for Australia anyway. Did you catch the iceberg jab? Yes, very interesting. He's calling him out on NATO, and he's calling him out on climate stuff. This is interesting. Right? A couple of stabs there. Wonder if Trump noticed.
And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable endeavours together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future. so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity. The rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary resolving disputes and delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our two countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world. Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate the $430 billion in annual trade that continues to grow, the $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation, and the millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build for generations yet unborn. Our ties in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders of both countries. The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I am so proud to be patron, are emblematic of the connection between our two countries. Since its founding, more than 2,300 scholarships have been awarded, opening doors for Americans from all walks of life to study at the United Kingdom's leading universities.
Ask the question why our new ADF chief has a history with cyber warfare and with Ghost Bar and Ghost Shark. I'll give credit. The Defense Force is finally shifting focus. Interesting. Just need to drop the subs. It's a bad deal for us. Taygard in the house. How you going? The subs are our NRL PNG team. We're just buying goodwill. LOL. Goodwill by like stepping on the French to get that goodwill from who? Our real rulers and protectors, the Americans, and by way of the British. Didn't realize goodwill was so expensive. Yeah, well, this is diplomacy, apparently. It's interesting how BRS chest tattoo looks like a cover-up of a Jerusalem cross. Same as Hegseth has on his chest. Interesting. I'm sure they share some ideological crossover. Hey, Mr. Robert Smith. Ben Robert Smith. And Hegseth. Hey.
So as we look toward the next 250 years, we must also reflect on our shared responsibility to safeguard nature, our most precious and irreplaceable asset.
Like, the Republicans in the room must understand what he's fucking talking about, right? How they've just put a sledgehammer to any of this, you know, woke climate nonsense. And like, drill baby drill. They must get the fucking the dig he's having there. We can thank the panopticon known as Scotty from marketing. Yes, I know. That's a good point, actually. Scotty doesn't know, but tells
Millennia before our nations existed, before any border drawn, the mountains of Scotland and Appalachia were one, a single continuous range forged in the ancient collision of continents. The natural wonders of the United States of America are indeed a unique asset, and generations of Americans have risen to this calling. Indigenous, political, and civic leaders, people in rural communities and cities alike, have all helped to protect and nurture what President Theodore Roosevelt called the glorious heritage of this land's extraordinary natural splendor, on which so much of its prosperity has always depended. Yet, even as we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. we ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity. And
what an interesting way to frame an ecosystem, nature's own economy. Just saying. Eh? Well, you reckon he's covering up something there. Interesting. Whoa. Just saying. Bit of a tattoo expert, are you, Ravy? I like a good tattoo on the chest.
National security.
Was that collision before or after God creates Earth? Asking for a friend, just trying to fit it in a timeline here.
Provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security.
It's a crusader symbol.
The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership. From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world. And that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more. President Lincoln understood this so well with his reflection in the magisterial Gettysburg Address, that the world may little note what we say, but will never forget what we do. And so to the United States of America, on your 250th birthday, let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. God bless the United States, and God bless the United Kingdom.
Very good, very good. Ah, very good. Very good. Well, eh? That was less jabby than I thought it was going to be. People, I think, have been overplaying the whole. He's taking jabs right now, eh? I don't think he was taking many jabs there. Like, there's a bit of climate talk, little bits, and you're going to protect the entire world because we are in that position of great power. Okay, and like obviously, Trump has been disengaging America with all of its soft power commitments around the world. And we've got to, put faith back in democracy and not have, overarching executives, all powerful executives that just do whatever they want. And I don't know. Good show, old chap. Yeah. There was a few good jabs. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know why I expected more. And he had a few jokes in there too. Hey, he's a man who can have a laugh. Good on you, bro. Good on ya. Love it. All right, we are completely changing gears on this one. Unless anyone's got anything else that is consequential to speak about King Charles and his address to the American people. Unless anyone's got any zingers for us to consider. Read between the lines bullshit. So they perpetuate the manufacturer consent was an internal decision rather than externally pushed. Yes. BRS had a Crusader pin. 14th century Crusader memes are in high circulation in my group chats. LOL. Give us one to have a look at in Discord, please. I'd like to know what 14th century Crusader memes are. Is it like medieval artwork from like some old Catholic churches or something like that? with text inserted. I would like to know what, yeah. 14th century Crusader memes are like. I would like to know more. Wow, they left comments on in this video? ABC, it's hard to tell when ABC will allow comments or not. The constant clapping is super annoying. Let the man speak. Good speech made better by the elephant in the room not being there. Eh? Let me find some, LOL, please. They didn't absorb the veiled criticism of violence in the Middle East. Also, Trump's previous comments about unbreakable bonds is nonsense. And the sooner the world judges leaders on their current merits or lack thereof, the better. If something is broken, American leadership, get rid of it. If someone needs help, Palestine, help them. 15-minute speech without American ardent fervor of clapping, for clapping. I hear fairy floss. I hear no meat. Come on, Charlie. We need a Churchill. Interesting. Give Trump a royal dressing down for every stupid thing he has done and said since February 2025 to destroy 250 years of friendship, partnership, and the democratic way of life. Come on, bro. What do you really mean by democracy? The taxpayer-funded ABC has deigned to allow for comments from we mere plebs. I wonder though, for how long? Oh, this guy doesn't like the ABC. The fake left ABC is all of a sudden highly supportive of two of the world's most reactionary figures, one a king and one a pope. They can't be taken seriously. Damn. Savage take. Ben Robbie Smith wore a Crusader pin. I remember in school when we had a Pete Hegseth Aussie version visit us. ABC requires a moderator on comments. So sometimes they have comments on for a short time, then turn it off. Other times they can't moderate, so they leave them off. Oh, well, that like answers the fucking mystery. Because we watch ABC clips of things and like, yeah, sometimes it's on, sometimes it's off. It's hard to tell. So it's just whether they can afford to put a moderator on. If not, they just turn it off. Very interesting. Because like obviously the conspiracy is they just can't handle criticism. Or any non-woke approved banter. So they just try to delete the conversation entirely. And so much for the marketplace of ideas. Am I right? Am I right? All right, we're going to do a complete topic change here. I want to do some stuff on how tech giants, like massive tech companies, are fucking over their workers, or like having some type of working battle with their workers. So this is like the class struggle in the age of tech giants. Let's have a look at this. I think this is rather interesting, and I just wanted to learn some more about it. But apparently Google employees have I think they do this all the fucking time to no avail. But like at least it's symbolic. But the Google staff have written to Google saying that they don't want their AI being used by the Pentagon. So I wonder how Google will respond to this. So let's have a quick look at this. So this is like a class struggle kind of thing where you have the workers of a particular company or organization standing up against the capitalists who rule over them, saying, no, we don't want our work contributing to something evil, something nefarious. We don't want to be associated with that, please. So let's have a look at this. Chaz himself mods Planet America for one example. Wow, that's crazy. All right, let's have a look at this. This class struggle here. Just don't use the phrase extortion. They don't like that word.
A major internal pushback is brewing inside Google. Reports say hundreds of employees have now urged CEO Sundar Pichai to reject a proposed deal with the US military. The contract involves using Google's artificial intelligence in classified operations. According to reports, a letter signed by more than 600 Google staffers calls on the company to refuse any agreement that would allow its AI technology to be used in secret defense projects. Employees include members from Google, DeepMind, Cloud, and other key divisions, with even senior leaders, including directors and vice presidents, backing the demand. At the center of the controversy is Google's flagship AI model, Gemini, which the company is reportedly discussing to deploy in classified military settings. With the Pentagon, Google already holds a contract with the US Department of War on non-classified workloads. The proposed...
Like, what do you reckon the difference is there, though? Look at the workers standing up to the fucking behemoth that is Google. Good on your workers. Somebody's got to do it. I am listening to a report at the moment where Google employees have signed a letter to their CEO to say that they don't want their work being used for secret Pentagon operations. Specifically, this seems to be in relation to the use of AI and Google's Gemini. It would seem that they are already involved in use by the Pentagon for non-secret operations. Can you explain or give an example of what a secret operation the Pentagon might have that they would use AI for? Didn't they have a similar meeting for Meta employees and asked for an opt-out? We're just told to suck it up, basically. Yeah, I think that happens all the fucking time. Like, I think Google employees have, like, consistently told, like, Google that they don't want their work being used with the Pentagon at all, and they still have contracts with the Pentagon anyway. So, like, they're constantly doing this. But when people say secret Pentagon AI use, they're usually talking about classified intelligence and military support systems, not sci-fi autonomous warfare. Public/non-secret uses already acknowledged. Companies like Google have been linked to the past programs such as Project Maven that used AI to scan drone footage, identify objects like vehicles and buildings, help analysts process massive amounts of video faster. This work is publicly known and officially described, but even if the exact details are limited, what secret operations could mean in practice? When people worried about secret Pentagon AI, they usually refer to classified applications like these. Intelligence analysis, most likely and most common, could be used to process intercepted communications, signal intelligence, interesting, translate and summarize foreign language material in real time, detect patterns across huge data sets, financial flows, troop movements, cyber activity. This would support agencies like the National Security Agency or CIA type functions. Whoa. When the Pentagon gets involved in secret operations, who would have thought the NSA and the CIA may be getting their hands on it? So they let Google and the tech bros in Silicon Valley develop this technology for some reason, and now they're asking to have a crack. And Google employees don't want to have a bar of it. They don't want their labor being put towards covert operations. Very, very interesting. I tried to scroll back, but the chat moved on. Have to wait for Pauline comments about Muslims before a new batch comes through. LOL. Okay. Oh, wait, you couldn't find the Crusader memes. All right, well, when you get them, give them to me on Discord. I want to know what a Crusader meme is. Govan in the house. Yo, how are you? Hope you're well. Dilemma's memes are different to like actually committing war crimes in the name of a religious crusade in this big year. LOL. All right. Target identification and battlefield awareness. This might help fuse data from satellites, drones, radar sensors, flag objects of interest, vehicles, missile launchers, girls' schools. Prioritize potential targets for human review. cyber operations, detecting intrusions in military networks, identifying vulnerabilities in adversary systems. So it's basically they need to use this in their war on China and Russia, I guess. AI models could run war game scenarios, logistical simulations, predictive modeling of adversary behavior. Autonomous or semi-autonomous systems, most controversial. This is what people often imagine: drone swarms, automated surveillance systems, AI-assisted weapons targeting. Why employees get concerned? The concern around tools like Gemini is less about one specific program and more about lack of visibility. Classified work can't be scrutinized. That's interesting, isn't it? Ethical concerns about military use of AI, fear of contributing to targeting or surveillance systems. This tension isn't new. Google employees protested involvement in Project Maven back in 2018 for similar reasons. But I think you're right. Like Sarsaparilla Jane, they just get fucking told to get back to work. At least they have somewhat of a conscience, these workers. And like this is the talk. Like we were speaking about this yesterday when we were looking at that SBS debate on what capitalism really is and what it means for Australians, etc., etc. The idea of socialism, all these people talking about socialism, like, oh yeah, you should just have the workers controlling the companies and stuff like that. They just say it so nonchalant, like they actually understand what they're talking about. But like, this is it. Like, if a company like Google, which has been set up and like really heavily supported, if not largely funded by American deep state agencies, if the workers actually had a proper say, I'm not even just going to say workers control over Google, but if they had like a massive say and they had voting control, and so you had workers' democracy, right? Democracy in the economy, and they had a fair say over what to do with that company, instead of just writing a letter to fucking the CEO, they would be like, no, let's put this to a vote and ask the workers who hold Google together because of our efforts. And if we all walked out tomorrow, the company would shut down because of the value we provide. We're not just like a nice feature. We are actually important to this entire organization. If us 600 employees think that the stuff that we're working on shouldn't be used unethically for like secrets, like CIA or NSA operations, then they would vote. And if they have a majority and they're convincing and influential enough in the company would not engage in that activity anymore. And so like, that's the idea of workers' control. It's not always this idea of like, there's this kind of Marxist notion out there that workers, when they take over, they would be way more productive and efficient, and like it'd just blow capitalism out of the park. And I think a lot of people have kind of this disdain for like a workers' economy, because they're like, that's bullshit. Like, where's the evidence that workers would be like way more productive and efficient than capitalists? Capitalists know things better. They take risks and they understand markets better than workers. Well, it's like, it's also, what it really boils down to is something like this. It's not actually about whether they would be more profitable than capitalists and make better market decisions. It's just whether or not they have ownership over what they are producing. Like these workers helped create Gemini, and they don't want to see their life's work potentially used for something they find objectionable. And so if they choose to put their efforts into something and not have those efforts used in a way that like rains death upon people around the world, like at girls' schools, if they don't want to have their work put towards that type of destructive power, then like they should be able to have that control over their organizations. So like, you know, when people try to draw it to oh yeah, but will workers really make the right calls? Will it be good for business? I think you're missing the fucking point. I think workers just would like to have control over their workplaces and have a say over what they're producing. This is a social question. That's why it's called socialism. Like, it's a social question. It's like, look at the productive capacity of capitalism. It's fucking incredible. And like, are your lives any better for it? No. At a certain point, like, you have to ask the question. We got so much stuff, like, but like, are we any better for it? And so, like, if your productive capacity is fucking incredible and you can produce something like Gemini, then like the social question is like, how do we actually use Gemini the right way, as opposed to just what is good for the Pentagon and good for the American capitalist classes somehow? Like, you know, should we use it for other purposes? Like, what if the employees of Google were like, you know what, we're not going to engage in Pentagon contracts anymore, and we're going to engage in, I don't know, setting up, like, using all of Gemini's immense analytical power and processing power to figure out how to use taxpayer money in America that is spent on healthcare to make a universal healthcare system with the existing funds that are allocated to healthcare in the US. And like, they use all of those resources to bring about universal healthcare in the US. Like, you can have a group of workers that would make decisions that would probably have some social value beyond what is simply profitable. I know that might seem absolutely far-fetched and like pie in the sky, some type of weird idealistic utopia, but it is rather simple if you break it down like that. Rather simple. Best I can do on short notice, LOL. I'm talking about Constantinople. We say Istanbul now, don't we? Do we? I guess that's what that's a Crusader meme looks like. Right. I got a lot to learn. Thank you, Dilemmas. Thank you very much. They likely wouldn't be more profitable because workers wouldn't willingly exploit themselves. Yes. Or if they understood and they knew they were being exploited, like their values being extracted, they would then just be like, okay, fine, I'll take the exploitation, but I want to have say. Like, I understand that I'm contributing like more than what I get paid for to the larger organization here. So let's direct my value, my collective value in this case, to something that at least I don't find like I'm like what I'm saying, like completely objectionable, sorry, or like just outright unethical and nefarious. These are the great days we're living, bros. Yeah, apparently. Dilemmas. I wish it was economically viable to work overtime, but I'm intentionally less productive so it doesn't affect my wife's payments. Interesting. I think that's like a completely different conversation, but fair enough. BB whispering sweet propaganda in Trump ear directly. You're between a rock and a hard place with that. So are you telling me that the workers of Cyberdyne don't want Skynet? Yeah, right. Exactly right. Like, if you, imagine being in the company that it produces Skynet, and like all of the workers are writing letters constantly to the board and like, can you not produce Skynet? It's going to wipe out the human race. And they're just like, let's produce Skynet. Little austerity for the kicks, Dilemmas. Not quite. It's more of St. George crosses and medieval armor. Okay, right. Just be nice to come to work on Thursday and not leave after 4 hours because I move into the next tax bracket. It's nice that you're able to just choose when you go to work and not. How many hours you do. Interesting. Anyway, I'll stop my little rant. But this is a great example of like class warfare. They're the workers, economic struggle, whatever you want to call it. The workers are like, look, we produce this value. We do the work for you. And I know you sit there in your fucking ivory tower and decide what you're going to do with this shit. And you do deals with some very, very, very unscrupulous people. But like, if we had a say, we wouldn't be using it for this shit. We don't want to be a part of it. So we want that on the record, please. We want that on the record.
New deal would extend Gemini's capabilities into classified domains. Employees at Google are especially concerned. They warn that classified projects lack transparency and could lead to AI being used for lethal autonomous weapons or mass surveillance.
Right now, there's no way to ensure that our tools wouldn't be leveraged to cause terrible harms or erode civil liberties away from public scrutiny. We're talking about things like profiling individuals or targeting innocent civilians.
Well, the development comes months after Anthropic took a stand against a...
Mystery, we haven't done a podcast episode on the social question. Would you want to do that then? I would love that for us. Maybe it's something that we should be doing soon. And we can use this as an example. 4 hours on Thursday takes me past my 38 hours. Fair enough. But like, it's crazy how you get to choose. Or like you get to come in for 4 hours if necessary. It's very interesting. It's an interesting setup. Unusual.
Similar issue. The tech giant voiced its concern against the Pentagon's desire to use its AI for managing autonomous weapons systems. Anthropic had in fact sued the Pentagon over its designation of the firm as a supply chain risk after the company requested that its technology not be used for mass surveillance in the US or for automated warfare.
Seeking judicial review does not change our long-standing commitment to harnessing AI to protect our national security, but this is a necessary step to protect our business, our customers, and our partners. We will continue to pursue every path toward resolution, including dialogue with the government.
Well, this is not the first time Google has faced internal resistance over military AI.
Don't be
Back in
evil.
2018, employee protests forced the company to exit a Pentagon project involving AI for...
Mystery, if you haven't seen Life of Brian, while we are on the holy war line of thought, it's a good watch. I have seen The Life of Brian. And this reference here you've got is from the Holy Grail, right? It's just a flesh wound. Me fighting dilemmas. It's just a flesh wound. Tis but a scratch. Don't be evil is Google's motto. Yeah, I know. It was. Remember, Shoshana talks about it nicely in her description of what Google was like at the start. Yeah, don't be evil was one of their company values or their core values or something. They had to get rid of that. Imagine being on the team or in the organization at that time when you're just like, oh shit, this corporate value here is really getting in the way of business. What, the one that says don't be evil? Yes, that one. Gonna have to scrap that. Wow. Very interesting. 12-hour shifts. Have to do 4 hours minimum per shift, or unless we have to get paid 4 hours if we come in. I got it. Right, okay. I didn't vote for you. It used to be. I fight in your general direction, you singly English man. My sister was bit by a moose. This is when they're at that town and they're gonna burn that chick for being a witch. And he's like, what does that guy say? He's like, she turned me into a newt. And he's like, a newt? And he's like, I got better. I like that one. That's funny as some clever stuff. The old boys.
Drone operations. In recent years, however, Google has been rebuilding its defense-related business, competing with companies like Amazon and Microsoft for government, cloud, and AI contracts. For now, Google has not publicly responded to the letter, but the pushback from within its own workforce underscores a much larger question facing the tech industry today. As artificial intelligence becomes more powerful and more deeply integrated into defense and national security, where should companies draw the line? It's a question Google will now need to answer. The world doesn't fit in boxes, so why should you...
Eh?
And national security. Where should companies draw the line? It's a question Google will now need.
I don't think that you can draw the line. I think what was it? The manifesto that we read from Palantir the other day was kind of like, it's on the nose. It was like, look, if you like your fucking niceties, all right, your little privileges like rights and democracy, that's backed up by hard power. And hard power will only be anything if it is fully integrated and supported by software. And so like these companies themselves, like Google, like Meta, like Palantir, they were produced in the lab, not in the free market. They were produced in the lab with money that came from the American deep state, which come from the Pentagon, which come from the CIA, all that sort of stuff. Like they didn't produce this stuff just because they were making stuff for the market. They wanted to make it for their customers and be the best social media platform, provide the best email service, provide the best shopping experience online. No, this infrastructure was handed over to them and funded or subsidized greatly by the American deep state because they knew that they would cash in at a certain point. So this idea that there's like this choice to be made here, like how this guy's presenting it, that like, you know, Google or Amazon, Microsoft, like they're all going to make this decision at some point. Well, like how far do you want to go down with your security ties to the government? Or do you want to maintain your status as a free enterprise? Like that's gone. That never even existed. Like this day was always coming. The sense that like, you know, they would have to pay their dues to the American deep state and be fully integrated into the security infrastructure of America, because that was always the deal. You develop your technology, make it fucking incredible. We'll give you the keys to the kingdom. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Make it as ubiquitous as possible. Get it as far-reaching and the tentacles sprawled out across the entire global population if you can get it. But when you do that with the intention that we will use it for our deep state purposes. We'll use it for defense and the Department of War. Looking forward to promoting your channel? Hit me up on Discord. No, thank you. Makes sense. Invest in AI to make widgets that AI doesn't buy. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah. Interesting. My Twitch name is Zoot of the Castle Anthrax. A spanking, yes. When will it no longer fit in the box? Anyway, I thought this was an interesting case for all of us to, like, you know, when we talk about this kind of this utopian idea of workers somehow controlling a corporation, and like everyone's just like, oh, but like, you know, how would you make that work? It's not going to be productive. They're not going to make money. It's like, but like, at the end of the day, is it really, when workers take control of a corporation, is it supposed to be about profit? Is it supposed to be about making money? Or is it supposed to be just about the people that make the value and make that organization actually operate, having a say in it? And yes, they will make different decisions. Seemingly, they will make decisions that they don't want their work going towards something that is unconscionable. And that's like, I think that this is just a great case study in like what would workers potentially do if they had control over their workplaces and, like, you know, kicked out the capitalist classes from the economy. They would probably vote down things that are about spying on your civilian population and killing innocent people. You know, things that I think we can all get behind. Like, it doesn't have to be the fucking workers' utopia kind of thing and the like bringing in a communistic society. Like, it could just be stuff like that where workers are just like, no, that's it. We know that you're going to use our product to kill people and destroy the lives of millions of people across the planet Earth. We're not going to do that. Thank you, but no thank you. We've made a decision. It's a great case study. It's a great case study. All right. There's another fucking clash that's going on between big tech and their workers. Listen to this shit. I only got to listen to like 30 seconds of this, but it's fucking scary as fuck. Especially for anyone who works from home, like you office types out there. You're going to be replaced by AI anyway. But in the interim, before you get replaced by AI, you office workers, fucking listen to this. Meta to track workers' keystrokes and mouse movements for AI training. Business Insider reports. Like, talk about this as a clash between the capitalist class and their workers. Like, so yeah, any of you office people that work from home and all that sort of stuff, or like, you know, just have a cushy position in some office somewhere, like, listen to this. This is some scary shit. Like, people in my old workplace would have there would have been a revolt if they fucking found out about this.
Business Insider got a look at an email Meta, the parent company of Facebook, sent to all employees letting them know they would start tracking their interactions with their computer in order to train their AI. Now, a memo to all Meta employees from their chief technology officer said in part, we're rolling out a tool that
logging keystrokes is wild. Thank you. For fuck's sake, this is crazy shit. Like, talk about absolute, like, we're talking about surveillance here. Like, you're surveilling your workers. Like, people talk about, like, you know, working in an Amazon fulfillment center, and they watch them like to the second, so they know exactly how many parcels they can process in a 15-minute window, and if they don't meet their target, they're fucked. And like, if they go to like have a toilet break for like 10 seconds too long, the manager's on their ass, and that type of micromanagement. But like, when you have tech, like, you can micromanage to another level, I would say. Like, unless they've got fucking heart monitors on these people so they know how many arm strokes they make when they process packets. We're talking about, like, you interact with your laptop or whatever you're using, they're measuring your fucking keystrokes. Fucking scary shit, man. I don't always post what I write out at first. It's like monitoring the thought process, but like, they're monitoring that as well. So if you spend fucking 1,000 key taps more than you should have because you're writing something to think about it, then you delete it and write it again. That's all part of what is being monitored right now. AI has identified a common pattern amongst our entire workforce. After working for 15 minutes, they keep typing of reddit.com. Hilarious. That's so good. Well, fuck, they're measuring that shit. Now, I don't think that this is bullshit either, though, in the sense that I reckon they are actually training AI, and Meta will now use its entire workforce. So like, not just like, you know, not just exploiting them to work on projects to make value for Meta, but like, while they're doing that, they'll collect the data of their work habits to train its AI. So like, it's going to learn, like, AI, it's going to train its AI exactly how workers work, so then they can replace those workers altogether. And like, it'll just make more efficient workers. It'll just replace them. They're just like, oh, they use their laptops in this way. This is how they use a mouse. This is how they type. Like, replicate that behavior, and then we can just like get rid of like half a department. And so, yeah, it's probably to train their AI. It probably really is to replace workers within certain departments and sections of their company. But in the meantime, it also is obviously being used to surveil these people, and can probably be used by HR in hiring or firing. And so, like, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone kind of thing. But like, it's fucking incredible. Hey bro, enjoyed your stream. I have some suggestions I want to share with you, but I don't want to spam your chat. Let's chat on Discord. Yeah, come on. I've seen this one before. Van Ezer. You have to try better than that. Yeah, Ravy Baby. Yeah, so if you type in "fuck you, Barry, you shit cunt," then delete it and type "Hey Barry, I hope your day is well." That's from my last email. Yeah, expect a meeting request from HR, potentially. Isn't all this AI talk just proof they don't understand the crux of capitalism and the tendency of the falling rate of profit? You know, it's actually pretty funny that you say that. It's not a bad call, isn't it? Like they don't actually understand, the tendency for the falling rate of profit. And I'm assuming you mean that on the basis that productivity is what is required because you squeeze workers, you squeeze more out of workers, or like said another way, you just replace workers with more advanced technology, so you need less workers. And so like they're just not understanding that like this is the natural progression of capitalism, right? Hey, Mystery, I heard there were hot singles in your area who can't wait to meet you. Yeah, that's basically all we get from Kick, isn't it? There's like fucking weird promo stuff. Whatever.
Captures computer inputs like mouse movements, click locations, and keystrokes, as well as screen content for context. So joining us now is Charles Roulet, the tech correspondent for Business Insider, who broke this story. Charles, great to be with you.
We are selling our labor, not another capitalist selling AI labor, which they have little to no control over. I don't see how an AI workforce and capitalism can coexist. Yeah, it's an interesting point. I reread Techno-Feudalism while I was on leave, and I think the important point about Techno-Feudalism is like the idea of the central relation in capitalism, one based around the capitalist and the worker, or labor and capital. That central relation there is one that is being undermined by the techno-feudalists themselves. And so why it is potentially appropriate to call it techno-feudalism, if you just have these tech giants that are creating platforms that eradicate the worker or a workforce, then like it's not even capitalism anymore, is it? And so like if you don't have a requirement for workers, are you even a capitalist or an economy based on capital? Then no. So like if they effectively eradicate their workforces and replace them with AI, are they capitalists anymore? No, they're not. They're lords. They're lords that have dominion over some form of property that they extract rent from. And they extracting rent from other capitalists, basically, or workers and other sections of society. But in that society, the lord reigns supreme now, no longer the capitalist. So the capitalists themselves may still exist and they may still employ workers, but it's not the basis of society anymore. It's scary to think about. But like, yeah, I don't think an AI workforce, like, would you even call it an AI workforce, right? It's just AI. It's not even a workforce. It's just an integrated system that has like a hive mind that produces value that a group of owners can turn into money and rent or profit. For the context. The Chris Minns defense.
This goes beyond a company wanting to make sure you're actually working. Explain what Meta is really trying to do.
Would Mark still define it as value? Like it's value in the sense that they are producing something. I'm assuming it's producing something. So like I guess it depends on the situation. But like they are producing something. What we're talking about is whether that value then has exchange value, so it can be bought and sold in a marketplace. And we need to define whether or not it has use to anyone. So the value is simply the fact that they own. The value that is being produced is simply the fact that they own it and they can extract rent from it. I think that is more important. Isn't value the socially necessary labor to produce a commodity? In a capital labor relation, value is made under that condition by workers, yes. Yeah, but it's still valuable, or value is still able to be extracted from the system if they just own the means of production. And like that's what rentiers do. The rentier class, they don't actually, I guess, yeah, they're not producing value, but they're extracting value from the system just because they own stuff. So yes, these tech giants that own an AI workforce just have something that's incredibly valuable that they can extract rent from through other parties or other interest groups. So yeah, they're not producing value, they're extracting value. If that's what we're talking about here. That deep pondering, dead air, LOL. I'm really trying to wrap my head around this stuff. It's important. If you want to try and understand what's really going on with these fucking tech giants, why they're measuring your keystrokes. What are they really trying to get at here? I think they're trying to get at owning a sophisticated technology that it completely gets rid of human input so they can basically control the entire world's economy. And they do that on the back of eradicating workers. It's a fucking scary thought. Are all billionaires bad? Or do the bad eggs ruin it for everyone? It's a fair question. Let me just put it to you in terms of like another line of questioning for you. Are all slave owners bad? Like some slave owners or masters were better than others, right? There was probably heaps of slaves that wanted to go to a particular master because they treated their slaves better. But like now in retrospect, when we look at that, even the good slave owners, that was an appalling system. And so like we just look at that and like even a good slave owner sucks. Like you wouldn't be a slave now, even if you knew someone was going to be a good slave owner. You'd be like, no, I don't believe in slavery. So are there good and bad billionaires? I'm sure there are billionaires that are much better than other billionaires. And they're wonderful people. But like, if you look at the system that they are part of and why they are billionaires, if you analyze it properly, they are billionaires because of how much value, how much social value they've been able to extract out of that system on the back of immense exploitation of thousands, if not millions of people across the planet to get and hoard those billions of dollars. On paper mostly, but like whatever. But yes. Yes, vindicated. Yes, 4AS. Yes, it's the 4AS defense. Sarsaparilla Jane. How will they make profit when no one will have a job, therefore no money to buy anything? See, this is a very interesting point. I think this is something that a lot of people miss. And like your dilemmas, you bring this up all the time. It's like, oh yeah, well, if they replace us all with AI, then we're not going to be... AI doesn't buy anything. It doesn't need to consume. But like, I think there is a fundamental change in the economy that has happened, which is something that Giannis brings up in techno-feudalism. But like the fundamental change in the economy is that like money is not connected to like real value in the economy whatsoever anymore. And it potentially hasn't been since, you know, the Americans dropped the gold standard. And so like money is literally just something that is printed by the state. It is complete fiat currency now. And so like if you think that you need workers to have money in order like to earn money through a wage to be able to run the economy, you're wrong. Governments can exist just to be a central bank ATM that prints money and gives it out to groups of people so they can spend in the economy. And that system can keep going without the need for workers to earn a wage. They'll just be given what everyone loves, thinks is wonderful. And I think it's really scary, but like they'll just call it a UBI and everyone will get like, I don't know, $100,000 a year. And then like which the tech bros love, they love the UBI. So when you have tech bros that really love something and they're like, oh, everybody needs a UBI. And we're happy to get taxed of all the immense profits we're going to make off AI domination of the entire planet. We're happy to be taxed to pay for the UBI. Yeah, because that UBI system will just allow them to control the entire world. Because yes, the workers will be gone, or for a large part, they'll be gone. So we won't have consumers. So like government's job will just be to print that currency to allow there to be circulation in the economy. That's all it will be. at one point. You don't need workers getting wages soon. You just need somebody to stabilize a currency, which is what governments really just do anyway. That's why it's a fed on capitalism. It's self-defeating. Wouldn't that be akin to saying earning money is as bad as being a slave owner? Even good slave owners are bad on some level. Is earning capital bad? Wouldn't that be akin to saying earning money is as bad as being a slave owner? I don't think so. Because capitalists don't earn money. They invest capital and use that capital that they've invested to get more capital so they can keep expanding. They're not earning money. That's a wage worker who earns money. So somebody that trades their time and skill and all that sort of stuff for money. They're more earners, I would say. Sarsaparilla Jade. At Sarsaparilla Jade. Having said that, that's why UBI is a Milton Friedman concept. Keep that in mind. It's scary, isn't it? Wouldn't that then be a UBI or high basic income if you listen to Elon? True. I may have slipped attention for a second there. The problem is hoarding money. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, what's his name? Who's the guy? Fuck. I can't believe I've forgotten his name. I can see his face. Fuck. The great economist of the 20th century that saved capitalism from itself. English guy. Gay, mustache, really tall. Fuck. Anyway, he had an idea for oxidizing money. So like to get rid of the hoarding money problem, if you just have Keynes, thank you, for Christ's sake, thank you for us. Yeah, hoarding money. His idea was to have and you could do this with digital money nowadays. If you don't use money and you let it sit in like a bank account or in an asset somewhere, like, I don't know, on a stock exchange, and it's like not doing anything, then it disappears. It oxidizes. It becomes useless. And so only money in circulation and being used for investment purposes stays in circulation is money that exists. And any money that is dead money, just sitting around somewhere, being hoarded by someone, ceases to have any value. It's a great idea. I don't know how you'd work that though. Kind of depends on your definition of capitalist as well. Is a small business owner with 2 employees a bad person because they are a capitalist? But there is an unbalance for sure. Like what I guess Marxists would define what you're talking about is like the petty bourgeoisie. So like, you know, someone that owns, you know, a shop, like a corner store, or runs a petrol station or something like that. Like, are they really the bad people out there? You know, they employ labor and they exploit someone's value to make a profit. No, they're not really people that own the means of production as such. They're not controlling the economy. So, you know, yes, they might make some questionable decisions. Yes, they might exploit somebody's value, but like, are they the group in society that reproduces society for their own interest? They are the petty bourgeois. Here's the dilemma for you. Dilemmas is like their interests align with capitalists. So they will sell out working people and even themselves as little petty bourgeois people. So like less than capitalists type people. They'll sell out themselves and their own prosperity to align with the capitalist class because they're aspirationally little capitalists. And so like they make poor decisions in the sense that like they're not going to vote for like average persons, commoners like themselves, who have really no say over the economy and earn like a meager existence from their business operations. They will side with capitalists time and time again over working people. And they are probably as hardworking as most workers, if not harder working in many cases. So like their interests align with capitalists. I know that's not a real way of answering your question there, Dilemmas. But I think it's a little bit more complex than like, oh, are they bad just because they have 2 employees? Does that make them a bad person? No, but their interests are usually aligned with like someone like Elon Musk, not someone like you. dilemmas because they think that one day they're going to be Elon Musk or something like that. Petit bourgeois like sock dems, yeah, like they want to keep the system going because yes, they believe that it's fine. They just need to tweak it a little bit and everything will be okay, and they'll be Elon Musk one day. Ha, Mr. E, have you been to uni and what did you study if you did? Well, my role was previously in government, so yes, I went to university and I studied urban planning or town planning or urbanism, I think is the sexy way they try to say it these days. But yeah, I'm a government aspirational capitalist, I believe is the term. Yes, let's go with that. Could you explain a disconnect? When I hear capitalist, I think of a person who has invested their capital for great profits, and more specifically small business owners, a more left-leaning person. Fair enough. Yeah, interesting. Fucking, what a topic. Hey? I love this shit. Guys, we're on a good point of discussion today for Hump Day. Talk about who are the real capitalists. But yeah, small business owners, I think their interests are more aligned with maintaining the status quo and their business interests. But like, are they evil capitalists? No. Do they do more for communities than like real capitalists do? 100%, I reckon. Mystery made intersections suck harder. You know what? In my position in government, I know this might be hard to believe, but in my position in government, I was actually fighting against people that were constantly trying to make intersections suck harder, like constantly trying to overpopulate areas or not plan properly. Actually, you know what? I'm not against like making areas more dense, actually, but like they didn't do any infrastructure upgrade or provision. They just wanted to pump it full of more properties, and so I was always fighting for the intersections to get better. Thank you very much, Woozle. I would like that on the record. Always fighting for the public interest. Always. Town planning A. I like city skylines, LOL. When are you going to show us your city skylines world, Mr. City Planner? Never. Temporarily embarrassed millionaires. That's the petty bourgeois. Big fan of Colonel Light. You should be. I don't know who Colonel Light is. That too, Ravi. Good show. Yeah, why do they put shit in the center of roundabouts? I don't know. That's actually what do they call traffic engineers that deal with that type of stuff, actually. I know, right? So many what's that? Idiots with bad ideas. Idiots. Okay, with bad ideas. Yes, I became a roundabout god. Interesting. Our intersectional hero. Thank you. I tried to fight the good fight wherever I could. I need to see the other side, not a garden. How about Joe? I'm a small business. I don't align with the capitalists. I'm a small business. Yeah, you don't align. Like, fair enough. And that's good. And I hope your voting credentials always show that you stay on the side of the commoners. But I would say a lot of people are aspirationally capitalistic. And their interests align that way. Because like they need to for business. They need the economy and policy decisions to be made in business interest. It's not a sledge. It's just it just makes sense. Adelaide still has the biggest parkland in the world. Thanks, Cornell. Cornell Light was the city planner of Adelaide. Okay, this is the one thing that I have like I absolutely love about places like Melbourne and Adelaide. Adelaide, I'm assuming, if I remember properly, it's all grid pattern stuff. Like if you're going to plan a city, like make it grid pattern, for fuck's sake. Come on. having a center is to help with choice fatigue. That's where I get tripped up. Never worked for big business. Always had a relationship with the boss. When I get rich, I'll build a longer table. Cat will still push stuff off it though. Bro, I feel so autistic when it comes to city planning. Don't get my autism going. All right, we'll have to have a stream just for city planning one day, I guess. But yeah, I was an urban planner, a town planner, they used to call it back in the day. That's me in a nutshell. Oh, this is me in a nutshell. All right.
Here.
Yeah, so what they're really trying to do is improve their AI models. Meta is in a really hot race with other companies like OpenAI to create the biggest and best AI model. And so with this kind of data, they want to be able to let AI agents basically control your computer. And if you tell the AI to do something, it can just take over your mouse and do something on your behalf. So that's the main goal of this new program.
So what's been the reaction from employees about this? I mean, can workers opt out? I mean, there's got to be some privacy concerns here.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of privacy concerns. A lot of Meta staff are basically outraged. The internal announcement that we obtained had a lot of angry face emojis reacting to it. And so one staff said,
not the angry
this makes
face
me super
emojis.
uncomfortable. How do we opt out? Meta CTO clarified that actually you cannot really opt out. This is mandatory. So it's definitely creating a bit of a, I wouldn't call it a mess, but there's a significant backlash within Meta to this program.
Let me just make sure I'm totally clear on this. If you work at Meta and you're using any kind of company device, be it a laptop, a desktop computer, even a company phone, you are essentially training AI, whether you like it or not.
That's essentially true. Just to be clear, it only applies to US employees and their laptops, not their phones. But that's still a lot of people, obviously. And
okay.
Most Meta employees have a company laptop.
Laptops, desktops.
How many employees do they have? How many US employees does Facebook or Meta have? About to be 10K less? Yeah. So I've heard. 78,000 employees globally. US employee count in ballpark of 40,000 to 45,000. Meta has been going through layoffs in 26, around 10% of its workforce. Damn.
Whatever computing device that you're using. Oh, so what's the end
I know,
game
learn to code didn't work out. Too bad, so sad. Savage, bro.
here for Meta? I mean, what do they want to learn? What do they want their AI to learn from all of this?
I mean, they want their AI to get really good at basically doing basic tasks. Like you and I don't think about it, but when we want to like click on a pop-up, or we want to click on a drop-down menu, or book a flight. These are the kind of behaviors that AI has a really hard time doing right now because there just isn't that much data out there. So by capturing this data from their own employees, Meta is trying to basically create super powerful AI that can do things on their own.
Isn't that crazy? Like, so they can't monitor openly, like the world's populations well enough just to do the simple things. So they're just going to monitor their employees. So not only, are they paying them to do work, while they're working, they're extracting data off them to make their systems more profitable. So in the future, you can just be like, you just speak to your computer and you'll just be like, can you just book me a flight, please? And like, it'll just open up tabs and you'll just watch it. You'll be like, no, stop, close the tab, open up fresh tab, please. Like, and you'll just speak to it and it'll do all of those functions for you. That's what they're training. Not only are their workers making actual value for them, but just existing while they make value is now profitable as well. So they should just hire people just to go about their daily routines and just watch them and then use that data to improve their systems. Vibe coding is so bad, in my ignorant opinion, especially when it comes to validators. Yeah, vibe coding, in my ignorant opinion, as well. That's the only coding that I could do. That's so funny for real. Some a HR rep busts in the glass doors dramatically. The puff reacts. Breathe heavily. They are angry. Faints. I want cool Minority Report gloves. Thank you. Yeah, well, like it'll be beyond that. You just speak to it. You don't even need the gloves. Workers could get AI agents to pretend to be them. Yeah. You just have to have the money to pay for the agent. It's a great idea. Just a race to quantum computing now. The multiverse is real.
Without needing to constantly prompt a chatbot, basically.
I know it's very difficult right now to read the tea leaves when it comes to artificial intelligence, but is this eventually going to replace jobs?
That's a big fear, and I think there are people within Meta and in other tech companies that are really worried about this, that this is basically tech workers training themselves out of a job, teaching an AI how to do exactly what they do every day. So we have yet to see. However, there are rumored layoffs at Meta happening next month, so we'll have to see how that impacts that, but it's definitely a big concern in tech.
You think your other companies are going to follow suit with this?
I think it's a huge trend we're seeing in AI training right now, which is basically to train AI to do the jobs that humans do. And of course, that leads to the question is like, why do these tech companies need to employ tens of thousands of people if an AI can do it?
Right. Scary times. Charles Roulet, thank you so much.
Isn't it? Why is it scary? It's funny how these people categorize scary. When people think about workers losing their jobs en masse, it's scary times. Inherently working class consciousness there. Just don't know what to do with it. Knowing my luck, I'd end up in the milk. I just want an orgy of evidence in the epi file. What even is a job? When is a job? Why is a job? I have no mouth and I must scream. Jobs are handy, they are, but they're going to be outdated soon. Very outdated, it would seem. All right, we're going to have a quick break and we'll be back. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Please. That would help. That would help. And, no, you can't really do anything on Twitch. If you're new here, though, subscribe and follow. You know what to do. Seems obvious why the laptop class would fear AI. Yeah, but it wasn't so obvious 10 years ago. It is now. All right, we'll be back. We'll be back. 10 years ago, they were saying blokes like me would be out of work. They started a joke, which started the whole world crying. But like they did, like 10 years ago, like when the people talked about AI, they were like, oh, you know, it's going to replace, I don't know, construction workers or something like that. Like there's going to be robotic arms out there doing all of the manual labor. And they were completely fucking wrong. But let me just say this. They're not wrong in the sense that it will never replace manual labor. Let's just say. It's just more expensive. It's more expensive to have AI do cognitive work and physical work. You have to improve both AI and robotics at the same time. When it comes to like, you know, what did you call them? The laptop class? The laptop class, you don't have to do any robotics at all. You just use or develop the AI technology, the software, to do what humans are doing. The laptop class is doing. So like once they've figured out and eradicated the laptop class, they will eradicate human workers as well in quote unquote like physical jobs. It's just that the robotics is way more expensive and harder. It's way harder to figure out at the moment. It's just what they choose to invest in. But like China's not waiting for that shit to happen. Like remember we were looking a couple of months ago at the dark factories they have in China that produce like 1,200 vehicles a day. There's no workers in there at all. There's like 4 engineers that sit in a room, and when one of the robotic arms starts malfunctioning, they all go out, they scurry out into the dark. And then they fix the robotic arm, and then they scurry back into their office, and the robotic arm keeps making 1,200 cars a day on a production line. So like they're coming for it. And if it's not the West that does it, the American businesses, the Chinese will figure out a way to replace manual labor completely. We looked at like a crazy infrastructure project they were working on, like the world's biggest transport hub ever, where like, you know, 20 rail lines from across China come together and meets buses and light rail and all these different crazy things. Even an airport, maybe, I can't remember. But like they had robots, like in order to build this thing in 5 years or whatever, which was like supposedly some engineering feat that was unimaginable. But in order to pull off building this mega structure in time, they actually needed robots to do that. So like with construction workers in the building, there were robots constantly bringing them supplies and like doing things that are really kind of basic stuff, like pushing a trolley and bringing extra building materials to workers who then you have the dexterity to figure out the actual construction of the mega structure. But all of that like labor that can be easily replaced by the robotics that they have now and have access to humans were completely replaced there. So you know, I don't think human manual labor is sacred at all. Once they figure out robotics in a way that is sophisticated enough and profitable, they'll do it. The bosses are in China right now buying a brand new extruder. Interesting. And does that extruder mean less workers are required? I wonder. And you talk about your bosses in the light that they are always there for the worker. I wonder how you'll feel after they come back from China. Dilemmas. I guess that's a question to ask future dilemmas. We will reconvene on this once they have purchased said new extruder. Let's find out. Give subs for the boys and girls. 4AS in the house. You legend. Tier 1 gift sub to Sarsaparilla Jane. Have been 31 gift subs in the channel. 31. 4AS. Killing the stats there. Thank you very much. You legend. You're a goddamn legend, 4AS. Thank you very much. Legend. Hi to the sausage in the house. How you going? Everybody gets one. Gang. So you work in plastics, D-Man? Yes, he does. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to look or pick up where we left off yesterday. So, yesterday afternoon, I wanted to indulge slightly in this SBS debate about capitalism and like, is capitalism or Australian capitalism failing? And so we started looking at this debate. So I want to continue looking at that debate. I think people enjoyed looking at that one. So let's continue that discussion or like that analysis, whatever we're doing. So let's have a look at this, shall we? Let's continue the fun we were having yesterday afternoon, kind of laughing at some of these people. Yeah, pink shirt boy versus purple pinger. Yes. And the artistic shirt. We'll have a look at that. Dilemmas. And I haven't seen the Chinese even make the sheets flat. Last time the colony went to China, they couldn't show us flat sheets. So now we have sent the bloke above me over there to show them how to. Okay, interesting. Right, yeah, let's get back to pink shirt boy and purple pinger and purple pingers, shall we? Let's finish off this debate. I can't remember exactly where we got up to, but I think we should. Should finish off this killer debate. I just wanted to shirt front a lot of them, especially pink shirt boy. He's very shirt frontable, isn't he? Shirt front that guy. Oh my god, I remembered where we were up to as well. Get fucked. All right, are you guys ready? What question are we up to now? What is it? What's the question? No one should be worth $1 billion. Oh god, we've already had that question today, haven't we? Dilemmas and 4AS. Let's see what this esteemed panel has a take on whether people should be worth $1 billion. Our esteemed guests, Pink Shirt Boy and Purple Pingers. Oh man.
So what we've seen across all age groups, so almost half owned a house. In 2021 is 25%. So what we've seen across, that's like the foundation for then building, broader wealth or building some kind of intergenerational wealth. So I don't think we really are, particularly for younger Australians.
Except we have a good faith debate about it. Yeah. Oh, well. It's our one redeeming quality on this stream. We try to do things in good faith. Unlike Pink Shirt Boy here and Purple Pingers. Let's do this.
Not really the country of a fair go anymore.
We hear this catchphrase, billionaires shouldn't exist. No one should be worth billions of dollars. And we'll start with Sim.
When someone says like billionaires shouldn't exist, you kind of hear of the idea of the shrinking middle class, and billionaires are such a on-the-nose visual representation of how much wealth exists. And so I understand the frustration. Are billionaires even good for society, or should we get rid of them?
According to analysis by Oxfam, I gotta turn off this. Oxfam, the number of Australian billionaires has more than doubled over the past decade, from 74 in 2015 to 161 in 2025. That's crazy, isn't it? Like when they talk about eating the rich, like that's a fairly decent buffet. But sure, I know where they're all fucking hiding as well. Also 180 properties, Mount Druitt boy. Yeah, I'm so sus of him. Yeah. I could tell you right now that I'm poorer. I grew up poorer than any of you here. All right. So I pulled myself up by my bootstraps. What's your excuse? Don't worry, pingers. Wait another decade of inflation and we could all be billionaires. Oh, that's pretty funny.
If they're not useful, they shouldn't be here. If they can add value, exactly what value do they add? I don't necessarily have a problem with someone having $1 billion. My issue with them is when they use that money to start getting involved in policy and government. We should all have one vote.
There's no billionaire that has no political sway.
Globally, billionaires are more likely to hold political office than ordinary people? Really? Analysis by Oxfam found that 74 of 2,027 billionaires held executive or legislative positions in 2023. It's an interesting statistic. I wonder if that includes the President of the United States. Am I right? From the 1900s, it went from 17 billionaires to over 900. Take my numbers with a grain of salt, but I think I'm in the ballpark. Sorry, from the 1900s, it went from 17 billionaires to over 900. What, there were billionaires in the 1900s? Like, not the year 1900. You mean like in that century? Anyone who says I grew up rougher than anyone else in the room definitely didn't grow up impoverished, in my opinion. Yeah, let's do the test. Let's ask him if he knows what an icy pole is. Or if he has ice blocks instead. I was homeless for a bit and still wouldn't say that, LOL. Yeah, for him it's just a marker, isn't it? Of him pulling himself up by his bootstraps. Am I right?
Just doesn't have anything to do with no billionaire that has no political sway. That just doesn't have anything to do with politics. Most billionaires, as we move forward, will be inherited billionaires, and so that comes with an inherent political sway.
In 2025, global billionaire wealth reached an all-time high. 91 people became billionaires through inheritance. Interesting. With a much larger total wealth than the 196 people who became self-made billionaires. Whoa, that's an interesting point. So 91 people became billionaires through inheritance, and they have larger total wealth than the 196 people who became self-made billionaires. Over the next 15 years, at least 8.3 trillion will be inherited by children of billionaires. What the fuck? And people think we don't have a class society. Is that like a magnum? Get him. The fuck is an ice block? Something with a stick in it?
The other side of the billionaires, like you can talk about, like most billionaires in Australia, some of them like are self-made. They like began a business or whatever, but like there's no such thing as self-made billionaires. It's based on the workers that created the value of that business. They also exist on government loans, government investment, like tax concessions.
There's no such thing as a billionaire, a self-made billionaire. They just work on workers. Like they're right, but they just throw it away like it means something. Like they haven't spent the time to understand. I think anyway. I know I'm highly critical of the fucking lefties here, but I expect more from them. Is when you just throw away lines, people don't take it seriously. And so he's like, there's no self-made billionaire because they're just on the backs of workers. Okay. Yes. All right. All value is off the back of workers. Like all value, really, is off work and people doing some type of effort. That's how you get value in the first place. Inheritance tax is sticky. I don't want the government taking the wealth I earned for my family. Not Gina's kids, though. That's fucking hilarious. That's removing a lot of value from their statements. The irony, they are removing a lot of value from their statements. In 2022 to 23, the two biggest research and development tax offsets claims in Australia were made by Atlassian for $220 million and Fortescue for $150 million, which are both run by billionaires. In 2024, a report commissioned by the G20 found globally billionaires pay relatively low income tax rates.
Like there is no billionaire that exists outside of the political systems. I don't think that like there's a moral argument for a billionaire to exist because it means that they have accumulated so much wealth based on the surplus value of the people that worked in their businesses or our taxpayers' money. Elon Musk is a perfect example in America. Like most of his wealth comes from American taxpayers.
An investigation by the Washington Post found Musk and his business received 38 billion, that's 54 billion in Australian, I guess, in government contracts, loans, subsidies, and tax credits over 20 years from 2003 to 2024, which it says helped seed the growth to become the world's richest person. As of February 2026, Musk is worth 677 billion. That's 964 billion Australian, according to Bloomberg Billionaires Index. Fuck. That's why you marry yourself to the state, eh? It's objective fascism. Kind of why I brought up Adrian Portelli yesterday and his $1 a litre servo. Remind us why you brought him up, actually. If you can give us some context there, please, Chris Mintz.
I completely agree. We don't need billionaires. I don't believe like in the trickle down economy, and I agree they are in policy and they're in government and they're creating that. I want them out of that. That's where I stand.
So it's just unless you stop billionaires existing, they will not be out of that. Either way, it's still political sway, and I have a way more power than the average voter to do that, purely just based on my existence.
That's
so
right.
when we say like billionaires shouldn't exist, I think people would be like, let's get the guillotines out. But really, it's just about like creating the settings within the policy framework to not allow so much wealth accumulation to happen in the first place. Because wealth begets wealth. The more money you have, the more money.
Can we not get the guillotines out? Is that a thing? Have we all agreed on that one? Like when we say no billionaires should exist, we're not talking about the guillotine? Does it have to be a thing? About if billionaires should exist, I guess? Or if you're a billionaire, you're automatically bad? Well, because he's like offering cheap fuel to people. Hey, he's not a bad guy. He's offering people cheap fuel. Right. Again, like it's the bad slave owner theory. There were terrible slave owners and there were really good slave owners. But like no one outrightly, I guess you would say, advocates for slavery. Just because, hey, this guy's a nice slave owner. This guy comes back from France. Hey, he brought it up. Like, why? Like, when do we all agree that the guillotine isn't a solution? I can't remember agreeing to that. Right, I'm glad you picked up on that one, Con. Thank you.
You have to invest, the more money you make, and you can start buying elections, and capitalism turns into an oligarchy, which is something that we are really seeing. We have like 51 billionaires. They make $67,000 an hour each on average.
But now we can't even call it a master bedroom. Bloody outrageous. That's just woke rubbish if you ask me, Dilemmas. Woke rubbish. Call it a master bedroom all you want, brother. I'll support you. According to Oxfam analysis, 47 billionaires in Australia were earning an average of $67,000 an hour in 2025. The median Australian wage is about $74,000 per annum as of August 2025. That's around $40 an hour. So billionaires in Australia earn almost the average wage, the average annual wage in an hour. And that's like 24 hours, I'm sure we're talking about here, not like a working day. Fucking crazy shit.
Very close to the median wage in Australia. And that will continue to increase unless we change something, because, like, why wouldn't it?
Look, I personally don't mind if billionaires exist or not, but what I find interesting is that if we were to rewind the clock back, there would probably be a group of people like 100 or 200 years ago saying that millionaires shouldn't exist either. But I'd say the billionaire is the new millionaire from, 100 or 200 years ago.
That's inflation.
But they're not. But they're not. Because like the level of wealth, the level of wealth, humans have never existed in a time where they've been.
I bet you this guy, fucking Mount Druitt over here, thought that was really incredibly profound. He was like, well, you know what? I bet you people used to complain about millionaires back in the past and now it's billionaires. It's just like, well, fucking yes. They probably did. That was such a shit argument. It was fucking pathetic. Mount Druitt over here, you're not doing fucking Western Sydney any favors. All right, not at all. Yes, that is how time works. That completely missed the point. What a shit gun. Oh my god.
A class of people that have so much
Such
wealth.
concentrated.
Like we've never no kings, queens.
Well, we did.
The richest 10% of the world currently holds close to 75% of global wealth. Just fathom that for a second. 10% of what? 8 billion people? I don't know. What are we up to? Let's just say 7 billion people. 10% of 7 billion people. So what's that? 700 million? Have I got my maths right? Currently holds 75% of global wealth. That's crazy. That's like 2 times America's population. Holds 75% of global wealth. So 2 Americas hold. That makes sense. I guess you'd say America and Europe then holds 75% of the world's wealth. From 1800 to 1910, the top 10% of Europe owned 80 to 90% of wealth. Some economists say wealth concentration is heading back towards those levels. Dun, dun, dun. Can I have some of that wealth? No, you cannot. You're not allowed. We also used to drive horse and cart. Yeah. Bernie, it's the billionaires and the millionaire Sanders. Till he became a millionaire. Yes, right, because he owns 2 houses and their shared value is $1 million. And so now he's a millionaire. Is that right? Oh, okay then. Don't worry, solidarity. I'm with you. Hobo Joe. Brave baby, he's trying to say regardless of what level of wealth exists, the ones at the top will always be scrutinized. He's defending the rich. Who? Mr. Mount Druitt with 180 properties. Defending the rich? This is that petty bourgeois mindset we were talking about before Dilemmas. He might not be fucking Elon Musk. And he employs people and he's a good man. But his interests definitely align with someone like Elon Musk. That's capitalism, baby. Oh, wow. That takes me back.
Emperors, no, we never have.
We did. Our old.
It's just the people that have so much.
Such
wealth.
concentrated.
Like we've never no kings, queens.
Well, we
like
did.
Emperors, no, we never have.
We did. Our old.
It's just that we never have. Yes, there's been a huge wealth inequality, but it's never been as great as it is today. That is just a fact. Fact check me.
Yeah, I think it is a bit scary because when you think about wealth and the compounding that happens, once you have investments, it's just like an infinite money loop, and you can assume that the billionaires that exist today will be billionaires forever and their families will. But there are some actually interesting studies. It's called the third generation curse, that wealth only really lasts 3 generations. Obviously, it's not the case for every single family, but the first generation makes all the money. They grew up in tough times, they hustled. Second generation, they're taught to preserve the wealth. And the third generation, they've just never known struggle at all. So they just spend all the money and then the cycle happens again. Obviously, we want to make sure that, you don't have these people that just keep on printing money forever, but it's kind of it is interesting. You don't have these.
There's a proverb known within several cultures that says wealth does not last beyond 3rd generation. Reporting often cites 70% failure rate of wealth or business transfers across generations, which stems from a US study from the 1980s. This research has since been debunked. In 2025, the number of 3rd generation billionaires grew by 12.3% and 4th generation grew 10%. Dun, dun, dun. Whoa. Dilemmas. Would he have those houses without negative gearing, though? That's why I call bullshit on Mount Druitt. Poor white boy. A whittle guy. Okay. Since they messed with patent times and IP stuff and have been allowed to monopolize. Interesting. Oh, no, wait. I missed something. Sorry, Weasel. In the 1970s, there were way less billionaires, and they were basically billionaires in the making, aka millionaires, since they messed with patent times and IP stuff and have been allowed to monopolize. One tall pine. I like my water wet. Whoa. Now that's the insight of the day right there. Dilemmas. A billionaire 100 years ago lived worse than a poor person does now. Water is also wet. Oh, it was in response to that. There we go. Water is also wet. Interesting. So a billionaire 100 years ago lived worse than a poor person does now. Are you sure about that, though? Dilemmas. Was there a billionaire 100 years ago? And like, let's be honest, if there was a billionaire 100 years ago living better than a poor person today, I don't agree with that. I'm sure they would have lived in palatial extravagance, being served and waited on hand and foot. And like poor people today don't get that luxury. I don't know, man. Penicillin? Well, because we have better medicine? That's why? Interesting. Less sanitary, suckier doctors, robbable banks? That's what you mean, Dilemmas? Interesting. Depends if they have sewers or not, LMAO. Look, I think there was sewers 100 years ago. Just depends where you lived. And the fucking ultra wealthy would have lived in a place where they had adequate sanitation for sure. A millionaire in the 70s would be a billionaire today, says One Tall Pine. Yeah, are you new here, One Tall Pine? Let us know. If you are new here, make sure you subscribe. And if you haven't already and you're on YouTube, hit the like button. Come on. I'm watching you. I'm very disappointed if you haven't hit that like button already. Very disappointed. Thank you for the prompt, 4AS. It's good to have you reminding me of these things. Romans did that, didn't they? People pooped in buckets and their maids threw it onto the street. I am new here. I did sub and liked. Oh, welcome to the crew. Do you know what we're doing? Have you seen this before? One Tall Pine. We're looking at an SBS debate on the feed, and it's about like whether capitalism or not is on the way out, or whether it sucks. So we're just scrutinizing the debate. Depends where they lived. Yeah, I don't buy it. Like 100 years ago, like maybe medieval kings didn't live as well as poor people today. But like people 100, like the ultra wealthy 100 years ago, like 100 years ago, like 1926, like they had some fucking access to some amazing things in 1926 if you were ultra wealthy. I'd argue the average Aussie lives a better quality of life than a rich man did in the 100 years ago. I'm not making some grand point, just objectively. Like just a general rich person. Okay, fair enough. But like a billionaire, like all the ultra wealthy. I don't know, man. 1926 wasn't that long ago. And I think they had some pretty high living standards if they were ultra wealthy. I've spectated before. I like debates, especially constructive debates. Fair enough. Constructive debates. Now, that's a whole nother realm. That's not debate bro territory, is it? LOL, the robber baron was doing a lot better than the common man or woman. Yeah, I'd say so as well. Again, I'm kind of old. I was thinking more pre-1900s. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, if we're going like before Industrial Revolution, rich people. Yeah, I could get down with that. I'm just being a nuisance, really. We had antitrust laws back then. Weird 100 years ago. Was 1926? I know it is a weird statement, isn't it? Wealth maxing. Right.
People that just keep on printing money forever, but it's kind of like, it is interesting.
You can also stop that wealth with inheritance tax. I mean, America surprisingly does a decent job at it. They have inheritance tax, and I really don't see why that doesn't exist in other countries.
Local, US, state, and local governments collected combined 9.4 billion in revenue from inheritance and estate taxes in 2021. Interesting.
You didn't used to be for it. I was like, no, if I work hard and I accumulate money and I give it to my kid, like, why does that get taxed again? But then I understood, like, after a certain amount of money, if you are receiving $500 million, you're not going to work. So then those people become not useless members of society, but useless in the sense of adding to the tax revenue.
But they print me some damn money. God damn. Is that even the limit though? It's like, well, once you reach $500 million, you're not going to work. I don't know, man. I'd probably stop working way below that. But like $500 million, I can get down with that.
If you just tax them, like I'm assuming you don't want to cut their heads off, you want to tax them out of existence.
Not at this point. I'd like to tax them out of existence.
But,
I think that's a better
won't they
option.
just move? Like, won't they just go somewhere else?
But what are they taking with them?
Well, they have all that money, right?
Yeah.
I do.
But where are they going to? What are they putting it into?
I do.
Well,
And then the employees would be able to work.
They can go to like many other countries in the world.
Yeah,
People say,
Yeah.
you can come here and pay taxes here on the proviso that you make an investment here or whatever it is.
Which is
And
why it's
so
not
that-
good enough to just tax them. We need to expropriate the wealth.
You could
So
do an exit
you want to
tax.
actually just
Yes.
take
yes.
everything off
Totally.
them.
Yeah. Like we know, like billionaires are profoundly useless.
They're not profoundly useless.
They're profoundly
This
useless.
is insane
I
to
think
talk
the
about another
idea
human
that,
being like this.
Money doesn't grow on trees unless you own the printing press, then screw over the hemp industry. I'd be happy with a couple of mil. I ain't greedy. Yeah, like why do we have to set the limit of $500 million? $500 million? Fuck. I'd be happy with a couple hundred mil. Sorry, a couple of mil. Hey, I'm reasonable. That's enough.
60% of all billionaire wealth is either inherited, comes from cronyism, or monopolies.
60% of billionaires.
60% of all billionaire wealth, you can fact check that as well. I'll send you the link if you want.
60% of billionaire wealth is from inheritance, monopoly or crony sources. Broken down, it's 36% inheritance, 18% from monopoly sources, and 6% from cronyism. Interesting. If you gave me a couple of mil, I'd probably buy investment houses. LOL. I knew it. And then you start complaining about the capital gains tax. I'd be able to get 1K at this stage. Fuck. Times are tough, aren't they? Trump's dad gave him $1 million, and look at what he did. Yeah. Inflation. Eh? Got to account for inflation.
They only exist because, again, of the exploitation of the labour of others, or they just were born into the right family, or they just have the right political connections, or they just own a monopoly. If we take Elon Musk, for example, what the fuck does he do? He does nothing. It's the child slaves working in the lithium mines that are doing all of the production.
Elon Musk is Tesla's largest individual shareholder. Some Tesla batteries contain cobalt. Sourced from the Democratic Republic of Congo, child labor is common in DRC's cobalt mining industry. Tesla says it doesn't source cobalt from these mines that use child labor and has been moving away from cobalt. Interesting. I wonder if that's true or not. Like he got a fair point. These are the problem I think with lefties like this. They get really dramatic really fast. They're just like, and Musk doesn't earn any of his wealth. Like it's really just children in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. They really should own majority shares in Tesla. He's not wrong. And Tesla wouldn't exist if it wasn't for child labor in the Congo. But the way that they come at this stuff, all of those people on the other side of the room, Pink Shirt Boy, you can just see Pink Shirt Boy there, have just been like, oh, get fucked. Yes, children in the Congo should have more shares in Tesla. Get fucked, Purple Pingers. He needs to stop with the one-liners. I think this type of stuff, it just doesn't convince people in this day and age. There's way too much capitalism maxing that goes on in modern society. Everybody thinks that they're going to be a millionaire or a billionaire one day, and they don't want to hear this type of shit that Tesla's, the real basis for Tesla's profits is on the back of child labor. It's true, but you got to work up to that shit. He's not being very convincing, I find, like a lot of these kind of self-righteous lefties. You got to work up to that shit. You can't just tell people that they've got blood on their hands just because they exist in a capitalist world. You got slowly get them comfortable with the idea that they've got blood on their hands and they're somewhat complicit in extracting child labor or enjoying child labor from the Congo. And so like he's got a point, but it's just too much for people. And this is just talking about debate style here. Not like, is this guy wrong or right about Musk having blood on his hands? Like, come on. Musk is South African. Like, you know, he understands what it's like getting resources and having blood on your hands. And anything he thought of himself is a pile of doo-doo. He's a parasite off of the ideas and minds of others. Actually, I'll change my answer. I'd open an airsoft field, take the hit from insurance, then build an entirely new industry of tourism model and buy another house. Yeah, fair enough. No wonder he wasn't too crash hot on getting those kids out of that cave. Fuck. Savage. Sarsaparilla Jane. Yeah, people aren't radicalized enough for that message yet. Well, like they should be, but like I think the problem is with people like him, they just like the shock value. And so it's like, oh yeah, well, you know, Elon Musk has got blood in his hands. Yes, he does. But like people don't handle that information well up front. And they think you're just scapegoating and not getting to the crux of the issue. I doubt any billionaire hasn't cracked a few eggs and made a few omelets though. Yes. A lot of egg cracking. That's why ladies don't want man-made diamonds. Even if they are anatomically identical, they want those juicy conflict diamonds. Yeah, they're way more satisfying when you wear them, when you know how much pain, misery, and suffering went into them. Getting them to your finger.
Active capacity building to make the lithium that goes into his fucking batteries. He doesn't do that. He just has money, and we should take that money.
We agree we should take it. That's the whole tax thing. And exit tax is actually a really good point. In India, there's a 20% exit tax. You take $1 out, you pay 20 cents on it. People will then not take the $1 out, or they commit fraud and take it the other way. To answer the question about what if billionaires leave, that's what multinationals usually do to scare countries. They go, okay, well, I started Canva here, and Canva is growing, and if you want to tax me, I'll just move it to Ireland. That's where, you know, everyone goes to. I don't think we can get rid of them, so let's make them work for the everyday person.
See, dilemmas, case in point. This is why you got to build up to that shit. See what dilemmas is saying here? Elon Musk uses child labor while they type it on their iPhone. Well, don't you see? You're just as bad as Elon Musk because you have an iPhone. Ha 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 ha. Like, that's the thing. Like, Purple Pingers isn't convincing anyone with his, like, they use child labor quote, because people are straight away just like, yeah, well, you're enjoying it too, asshole. What's your fucking point? Like, it's not convincing. It's shock value for sure. It's just not convincing. But like, you can't convince people in a fucking SBS debate. You need way more time than that. It's an uphill battle for sure. You're dealing with undoing fucking years of indoctrination, like years of someone being brainwashed that a particular style of doing things is like morally superior. Like the market system is just the best way of doing things. Capitalism is just fucking awesome. And then when someone says, no, it's not that great, like it's too much of a head fuck for most people to deal with that. Most people my age have how do I say that? Moissanite stones in their rings. Moissanite? Not diamonds. So already, Sarsaparilla Jane, many people don't know details to the level we might, so they just work on vibes. There's social indoctrination, yeah. Why do these taxes go through? Definitely not. Sorry, who do these taxes go to, though? Definitely not the people. Extortion ring. Child splooting in Gaza didn't convince people that maybe certain folk are unhinged. Child labor in some far place won't cause an itch. Yeah. The issue with taxing billionaires more is you're assuming the government is going to spend it better, which a lot of the time isn't the case. Fair enough. Fair enough. Folk only care when it affects them directly. Yeah. It's a sad truth, isn't it? I find that to be such a defeatist kind of way of looking at it, though, dilemmas. It's like, oh, well, we better not tax billionaires because, like, hey, the government's not going to spend the money well anyway, so fucking let it, you know what, why do we tax anyone at all? Let's just let the billionaires do whatever the fuck they want because government sucks. Come on. More subs for the boys and girls. Oh, 4IS in the house. Hobo Joe as well. You legend. Thank you very much, 4AS. Thank you so much. Goddamn legend. All right. I won't register and insure my car because I hardly ever drive it.
If you're trying to defend the existence of billionaires, to on one hand say that they have like this net benefit for society, and then also be like, but if we tax them, they're going to pick up their balls and go home like a spoiled little brat. If they are going to go to the Bahamas or to Ireland or whatever to get favorable tax concessions, like we should think of them very poorly. Like we should think like that's a shit go. Like you're taking capital that accumulated by the workers of Australia, and you're going to be like, well, now you're going to tax me and I can't buy my 17th yacht. Like that's not the Australian way. Like that's not where I think that most of us agree on the value of like we should care about each other and work hard for the sake of all of society.
I don't think Australians really think about billionaires. I think they think about themselves and their families and how things are going for them. Things are not going great for ordinary working class Australians, but it's this real like undergraduate politics of envy to think that because someone has made a lot of money and accumulated capital, oftentimes it's a business or, you know, a factory or whatever it is, or natural resources that they have custodianship over, basically, that have created all this wealth, created all these jobs, created all this tax revenue, and contributed enormously to the economy. I don't think most Australians actually sit there thinking about it all the day and being like, oh, I'm so envious of these people and our lives would be so much better if they didn't exist. They can exist and you can have a decent standard of living at the same time.
You've decided it's envy. You've described it as envy. It's not envy. It's I'm looking at this from a point of inequality and unfairness. Australia, the land of the fair go. I'm looking at it the fact that they've accumulated this wealth. Gina Reinhart.
Now pink shirt boy can't get off his high horse. Leave him alone. Because they approached this in a shortcut way. Buzzword alert, like Gina. Why do you defend Gina, bro? Why? It's the buzzword. You can't say Gina without people jumping on top of your dilemmas. They said it. She said Gina. Hey, if they did tax, if they did the tax and it was all transparent, like on blockchain, and the money went to the actual people, yeah, maybe. But the government won't do that. They will hire consultants, etc. Life is more expensive because billionaires exist. Pink shirt guy thinks he's a priest. Let's go basket. Yeah, life is more expensive, yes, because billionaires exist. That's because what they do is, if you think of it from a modern monetary theory perspective, I can only speak from that perspective, not how other economists would describe this. But if like they've got billions of dollars and they're sucking money kind of out of circulation, and that money isn't being taken out of circulation via taxing, but they're like hoarding it and then using that to push up prices because they can afford more things, and it's not being sucked back in by government who get rid of that money and then reissue more currency, it causes inflation to go up. So the more billionaires you have more of a tendency for prices to go up for things because they spend more on luxury items, and luxury spending push things up in order to provide for that end of the market. And so prices naturally go to chase that money as well. So yes, billionaires existing make things more expensive, 100%. And if they don't get taxed enough, then there's more money in circulation. So it means you got less purchasing power for the dollars that you do have. So yeah, billionaires, I do think as well, life is more expensive because billionaires exist. I agree with that. CSIRO and University of New South Wales are partners. If the government taxed the rich more and taxed me a lot, yes, I'd be much more on board. Gina Reinhardt inherited half of her father's estimated $100 million fortune in 1992 and assumed control of Hancock Prospecting. Lang Hancock's estate was placed in bankruptcy in 1999. Reinhardt is now worth $38.11 billion. Wow. That's the hook. Graph all the ways billionaires cut, increase prices along the chains.
For example, inherited her wealth. That was
She did not inherit her wealth.
Yes, she had a rich father.
She didn't inherit the amount of money that she's worth now. She didn't inherit that.
And then also
yeah, she doubled it in 1 year, but she didn't. She didn't work.
It's based on commodity prices and things. Like
Yeah,
her
Totally,
wealth
yeah,
goes
yeah.
up and
Not
her
her,
wealth goes
not her own
down.
hard work.
She
Yeah,
didn't,
totally.
she didn't like innovate something, like created a product that like existed in the earth for billions of years. She didn't come up with something cool and new, and ultimately
that's
is damaging the
It's a
planet.
huge coordination problem. I think you're massively understating and
The hard
have
work
no
of Gina
idea
Reinhardt.
about the people like that who managed to coordinate. Iron ore exports were banned in Australia, and it was like Lang Hancock, her father, who campaigned to be able to export iron ore. I don't think you can understate what a massive achievement that is to unlock that wealth for Australians to export their natural resources.
But like most of that wealth has not stayed in Australia.
For some
It's
Australians.
pretty funny what he's arguing. He's basically saying, look, iron ore exports didn't exist before Gina Reinhardt's father lobbied the government to allow that to happen. And he had massive holdings of iron ore and resources. And so because of his land holdings and his gallant effort lobbying the government to change a policy, he deserves to have all of the windfalls because he used his status, power, and political connections to get a policy decision made in his favor. That's what this guy is arguing. While these two are trying to argue as to why billionaires shouldn't actually exist because they can't justify their enormous wealth, this guy's just like, but he worked really hard. He convinced his politician mates to change a policy so he could make even more money. You know how much effort goes into lobbying politicians? Oh my God, we have to go to dinners. We have to buy fancy presents for them. This is not easy work, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? He worked very hard to get that policy decision changed. I can't believe he's arguing along those lines. Come on. Purple Pingers is going to eat you alive for saying that stuff. You can do better, man. Come on. LOL, did Pink Shirt Guy listen to the convo before? It's not even trying. Fucking hell. Oh my God. Leave Gina alone. Funk this pink shit guy. You spelled shirt wrong, Hobo Joe. Lobbying politicians should be illegal. No, it's noteworthy hard work. It's worthy of being a billionaire. If you worked really hard to lobby a government to change its policy to allow you to export iron ore from the soil, then you deserve all of the gains from that. That is hard work right there. Hey? It should not be illegal, one tall pine. Hey? We should be looking up to people like that and asking what's their secret. Pink Shirt Boy. I know we just talked about that rich people influence politics, but Gina's father worked really hard to lobby politicians to change laws to benefit them. Why is that wrong? Why does he not deserve all of the money and power that comes with changing a policy? Hey, that's hard work right there. Dilemmas. There's criticisms for sure, but to completely write off Gina as not being a successful businesswoman is the issue. She's just a boss babe, right? Slay queen and all that. Where's all the feminists? Yeah, but like you could replace, this is the thing, dilemmas. You could replace Gina with anyone, just cut and paste anyone into that situation and they would have done the same thing. She hasn't done anything innovative. Like the one argument that people really should use for capitalism and capitalists is that they revolutionize technology. They innovate, they do research and development, and then they profit off that. Like Gina, you literally, anyone could be Gina Reinhardt, bro. Anyone. It's like the argument against like nobility, aristocracy, and the monarchy. Like anyone just born into the right family will rule the world. Come on. Come on, dilemmas. You gotta be able to get down with that shit. You could have been Gina, dilemmas. You could have been Gina. She hasn't done anything. There's no business acumen there. There's no business acumen. Like, she's savage and ruthless, but like anyone can be savage and ruthless. Come on. She is managing and growing the business. Are the profits obscene? For sure. No dispute. That's what we're talking about. Anyone could do what she's doing, managing and growing the business. She has an army. You're talking about consultants before. Government takes money and just gives it to consultants. What do you think she's doing? She doesn't have bright ideas. People have those bright ideas for her. Come on, bro. I can't even work out how to use email. No, I couldn't be Gina. Bro, I bet you she can't figure out how to use email either. She has people that do that for her. Don't worry about it, man. I'm telling you, you could easily be Gina. Easily be Gina. She's like a little Trump. They have the same tan. Very funny. All right. Pink shirt proving his worth to Gina. Oh, man. So good. Oh, that was so painful to watch that back in the day. So painful. Hey, I'm anti-big business as much as I am anti-big government. Trump has a Scottish tan. All right, back to it.
That company in particular, Hancock Prospecting, is headquartered in Australia and has paid taxes in Australia, has invested in multiple projects, has created tens of thousands of jobs, has paid out insane bonuses to all of their workers, including all the workers up on site. Like, I just don't think you're very well informed about that.
They, like, as a proportion, like those workers, those particular workers that work for Hancock, generate way more like money for Hancock Prospecting than.
I do an all right Jabba the Hutt impersonation. So maybe I could be Gina. Dream big, little one. There we go. So you could be Gina. That's all you have to do is a Jabba the Hutt impersonation. That's pretty much it. I should be Gina. Welcome to the commie hellscape. Not I could be Gina. I should be Gina. Now we're in, yes, commie hellscape territory. Yeah.
And shareholders.
Yeah, than like any other worker in this country. But they get paid as a proportion of the wealth that they generate. They actually,
as Oprah, you get healthcare, you get a home. All right.
Get paid very little compared to other workers. They should get paid a lot more than the amount that they're already paid, which is a fair bit.
But do you know what they're paid? Do you know what a truck driver?
It depends.
They get paid a lot of money for sure, but again, it's the proportionality of the wealth how much.
They generate.
And the point is, there were natural resources that there is no reason in an alternative version of Australia we could have natural.
And the recruitment website Glassdoor lists Roy Hill truck operators' salaries of between $125,000 and $143,000 per year 2026. Glassdoor relies on public job listings and reviews for their salary range data. That's pretty good fucking pay though. And they get bonuses according to Pink Shirt Boy as well. Woozle, her supporting One Nation, for example, is she using her wealth to do good? All she uses her money to do is to lobby hard enough to get away with more bad behavior and maintain her position, let's be honest. You get paid a living wage. So when do I get to do my slam poetry on my farm? Sorry, our farm. When you can own anything, one, not a government. When an island isn't enough, create Palantir, take a nation. Wow.
Point is, there were natural resources that there is no reason in an alternative version of Australia we could have nationalised those resources. We could have a sovereign wealth fund like somewhere like Norway, and we would be living a way higher quality of life.
I don't think we should demonise billionaires in a sense, because again, like 100 years ago, there wasn't millionaires around in Australia. At this rate, with the amount of properties that I own and my total worth, like I'll be a billionaire by the time I'm 40 in another 6-7 years.
We should be nice to billionaires. I might be one.
So no, it's not. It's
I'm kidding.
like we shouldn't demonize. Like there's
I don't
billionaires
think
out
you should
there.
demonize any human being.
Yeah,
personally.
that too.
Hitler.
But there's things as an like you.
I wouldn't demonize any human being personally. What about Hitler? Very good. My camera's fucked. Again. It's bullshit. Changing cameras. Absolute bullshit. I wouldn't demonize anyone. What about Hitler? Purple Pig has killed him on that one. I'm sorry. I know I've been giving Purple Pig his shit, but goddamn. We're working our way towards quite a beautiful polycule, pointing out the corruption of Gina like the government doesn't do just as much corrupt crap. Like, and like your point is like, oh, well, because there's a lot of corruption in the world, then everybody gets a free ride on corruption. Is that what you're saying? I don't know, man. I don't know. It doesn't help, man. Oh, well, Gina does some corruption, but like, you know, governments exist too. That's pretty bad. Austrian Painter did have a few good points, ... not gonna lie. Yes. Just like that Australian Workers Union, Workers Alliance group that we looked up the other day. They had some fucking good points. There's some horrible ones too, I guess. What about ism? Is the roadblock of progression. What about ism, sorry? Is the roadblock of progression, yeah. Take billionaire money out of government and you'll have less corrupt governments. No, stop the corruption on both ends. Attack problems from supply and demand side. Dilemmas is a banana.
Referring to Canva before, like,
Yes.
sorry they became a billionaire, right? So I don't think we should demonize billionaires in that regard, because they are very innovative in one sense. Are there bad ones? Yes. Are there good ones? Yes.
Housing shouldn't be treated as an investment. Eddie, can we start with you?
The environment that I grew up in poverty and housing commission, in arguably one of Sydney's worst suburbs, a lot of people didn't have jobs. You can't qualify for a loan when you are on Centrelink. I'm probably arguably the only one here that actually grew up in housing commission. It was actually over a 12-year wait to get a house in public housing. So prior to that, where would we have lived if property investors did not then rent properties out to us? If you did change the rules to eliminate property investors, you'd have millions of people homeless. Personally owning over 180 properties, I personally would encourage people to take accountability for their own and learn on how they can get ahead. And while housing should be available for everybody, yes, but it's not meant to be easy.
I personally
And this guy get off his high horse. It's just awful. Like, his argument is, I lived in housing commission, and that housing commission, if I can follow that argument correctly, is that housing commission was actually housing that was provided by private investors, and the government paid them for it to be housing commission. And so he's like basically saying, well, if there wasn't people that bought those houses that the government then rented off them to give to me, then I wouldn't have had housing. So it's like, why don't you just cut out the middleman and the government just provide public housing instead of getting that money off private individuals, getting that housing off private individuals and then handing it over to people that need housing? Like, that just sounds really convoluted. There's too many steps there. It could just be the government that owns and provides the housing through public housing. I'm not convinced by that fucking argument there. And the line, yeah, I'm the only person who lived in housing commission. Hey, come on, bro. Seriously. I can't have potassium with my bad kidneys. My body literally rejects fash bananas. The billionaires control the politicians, left wing, right wing. Both wings are the same bird. The houses don't disappear. Yeah, what is this guy going on about? Seriously, for sure. Tall pine. We won't have policy for people until we remove the corporate donors and cushy kickback roles. Adds bourgeois democracy. I don't think we can have democracy without bourgeois interests in it. Labour could pass these laws, but they choose not to. Hard to not be black-pilled. I don't think people realize you can still gain wealth under a system that enjoys treats. And the actual difference between a millionaire and a billionaire.
I don't think that there's something wrong with investing in properties. Like, I personally do have an investment property, but I do feel like it starts to become an issue, especially when we do have really, really expensive housing prices. I mean, Sydney's now like the second most unaffordable housing market in the world, just after Hong Kong. It's interesting because Singapore, I feel like, is one of those places that should be in the top 10, yet the government has put in measures to make sure that housing is affordable. So, for example, about 80% of the population of Singapore, they actually live in government housing, but it's not government housing like we know it here. People are able to buy into it and they have a 99-year lease and they're able to like sell it. And they also do have extra taxes on people who do invest.
So good when she says it's like, it's not government housing like we know here. It's not like povos and housos with fucking high, like, big televisions on milk crates and expensive cars in the driveway, living in completely dilapidated conditions. It's not that type of housing. It's not that povo shit. No, they have nice public housing, and it's okay because they're nice Singaporeans. I don't buy this shit as well. I'm not a big fan of this argument. Singapore does it well. Singapore just does stuff because it's very fucking authoritarian. Can you very briefly explain how Singapore solved their housing crisis and how it relies on public/social housing? Singapore didn't fix housing with one policy. It built an entire system around large-scale public housing led by a housing and development board. Mass public construction. In the 60s, the government built huge numbers of apartments and sold them to citizens at subsidized prices. State control of land. The government acquires most land, keeping costs down and allowing long-term planning. Home ownership versus savings. Citizens use mandatory retirement savings. The Central Provident Fund to buy HBD flats. Long leases, not freehold. Flats are typically 99-year lease, keeping prices more controlled. Social mix rules. Ethnic quotas and planning policies prevent segregation and maintain stability. Around 80% of Singaporeans live in HBD housing and most own their homes. So it's public housing, but structured more like subsidized state-managed home ownership. So you pay to have your house for 99 years, but it's all owned by the Singaporean government. Interesting. This is my problem with the way that she approached this statement as well. Her statements had a lot of, you are worth less in a society if you need to exist in public housing. That shit is BS. Public housing is just what you make of it. And like if we as a society spend little on public housing and produce shitty public housing that is like well under the standard or the quality of what people expect on the market, then people are always going to have a bad stigma attached to public housing. If we built beautiful public housing projects that was able to compete with the market and provide an alternative to people having to buy housing on the market, then it will just happen. But there's a lot of interest in the entire Australian economy maintaining housing ownership as the be-all and end-all of the Australian dream. Like a large section, if not, you could argue a huge part, an overwhelming majority of the Australian economy is built around people buying houses and chasing the Australian dream. from the financial sector. All the big banks rely on it. Construction industry relies on it. We all think that we all need to buy and own our own homes. The Australian economy needs it desperately. You never own property. You never own your car. You're always paying taxes for it. Private property is a myth. It's a good one. I remember that one too.
Invest in more than one property. Here, people are able to buy into it and they have a 99-year lease and they're able to like sell it. And they also do have extra taxes on people who do invest in more than one property, which we don't really have anything like that here.
Jordan, can I get your perspective on investing in property?
Yeah, I reckon investing in property is morally reprehensible. I don't think anyone should be profiting off something that someone else needs to survive. And I think if we're trying to compare situations, like imagine if there was a famine and people on the street were dying from starvation and you had 150 warehouses full of food and you were just hoarding that to make a little bit more money. I think you would understand probably if people on the street suffering from starvation or homelessness turned on you.
Do you think people will turn on property investors?
Yeah.
Housing is doubling every 10 years. It can't keep doing that. It's exponential growth. So it's exponential growth for you to continue buying properties while the rest of us are exponentially getting further and further away from being able to buy our first home. I'm assuming in your 150 properties.
Sup, peeps? Been a minute. How you going? It's all about in the house. Hope you are well. Hope you are well. It's good to have you. Government is failing at building houses. I've been watching Swollen Pickles break down on the HAFF. Isn't it funny? Like the government is failing at building houses, and like for some reason, when people talk about like there not being enough supply, it's like, well, what is the government doing to build more houses? It's like, well, hello, it's the private industry that builds houses, and like that's the setup. And then when you actually talk about public housing, and so the government could be building more public housing, people are like, no, we don't want public housing. Just let the market do it. Nobody wants that. Come on. Super sticker. All right. Thank you very much, Govan. You legend. Thank you. I'm getting gift subs today on Twitchland. Getting some, what do they call these? Super stickers. From Govan, thank you very much. Lemon character holding his hand in front of his mouth, grinning. Is that the description they've given me? That's fucking hilarious. Very nice. Thank you. I do appreciate it. It helps. It helps a lot. Thank you so much. My man. What a legend super chat. If the government slowed demand while dropping a lot of regulations, more houses would get built. But then like government shouldn't be building the houses at the same time. It's a lemon party, people. Interesting. Yeah. But like governments, are responsible for stimulating the market to make sure enough houses are built. But like if you ask government to build housing, then that's just evil socialism because they shouldn't be building public housing because no one wants that shit. Like, come on. Yeah, everyone knows my solution. The market has failed and governments should build housing. Should build public housing at record levels. And you watch the supply problems disappear instantaneously, man. Attack supply and demand. Nah, we've had enough of this bullshit cat and mouse game for fucking generations now. It's never gotten better. There is significant interest in keeping housing prices continually advancing from the banking sector to construction to all the people that have actual property. Nobody wants to see it slow down or reverse. The only people are people that are outside of the housing market, to be honest, and want to get in. And so like in that type of crazed situation, you need to provide an alternative that is not a market solution. That's my opinion anyway. That's just my humble opinion.
Like you have every one of those was a brand new dwelling or a brand new office. You bought existing properties that someone else could have owned their first one. So it's not fair. I don't think this idea that we have three classes. We have renters, we have owner-occupiers, and we have landlords or property investors.
What
right?
about the Centrelink people that can't afford a property? Like, where do they live if you
But
get
the
rid of
only
property
reason
investors?
that property is expensive is because people speculate on property. We could just say today, like somehow we could just wipe all the value of housing off. The houses would still be there.
Yeah.
The house could be worth $1 each, and those people could walk into a house tomorrow. It's an artificial
Inflation
value.
will never let housing be $1 each. There's inflation just
You
continues
won't
going
let
up.
it. You won't let it. I'm happy for housing. I'm happy for it to be $1.
There's millions of properties out there. Inflation
Exactly. There's millions of properties out there, so the
Stop
people that live on
existing.
Centrelink could buy a house that was affordable.
You can't get a
relative
loan
to-
if you're on Centrelink.
Again, this is the housing market
Because I grew up
the,
on Centrelink.
the housing market that where we exist in doesn't allow you to get a loan
That's
on
the
Centrelink
banking system. Not the banking system doesn't allow you to get that.
Yeah, and the two main architects of the housing crisis are property investors and the banks. The banks are the evil that sits above.
Well, let's see this context here. I'd like to see what the SBS puts on this one. The primary cause of the housing crisis is inefficient supply to meet the population's needs. Other factors include tax arrangements such as capital gains, tax discount. According to the progressive think tank, the Australia Institute, a major bank will make $200,800 in profit on a $574,000 owner-occupied home loan. The primary cause of the housing crisis is inefficient supply. And then they go on to talk about how fucking capital gains and the banking system is geared to basically extort this housing situation. But it's supply. Very interesting. There you go. It is the banking system. That's fucked. Also, hello all. Wookie in the house. How you going? Coming in for the afternoon session. We're picking up where we left off yesterday. We're watching these guys. Tell it how it is. Tell it how it is. Was like local council said no for decades about 2-bedroom granny flats, but late 2025, it's like, sure, go for it. Private folks are being looked to for solutions. It's an interesting point. I like that.
But like they're the ones that make the most profit. And why would they invest in business when they can just loan you the money for a house that they know is going to double in 10 years? And if you default on that loan, then they can sell the house in an endlessly inflating market. The only reason why people are investing in property is because we've culturally agreed that that's the way that we build our wealth. But we've just made that up. There's the cost of building, the bricks and mortar, the cost of the labor, and the cost of the products. That's the cost of a house. But most of it is just made up value. We've just decided that houses in Sydney cost $5 million for a brick shit house. I don't blame you for getting into property because that is just the cultural obsession that we exist within. I think your money would be doing a lot better in other areas of the economy, and you would actually be better off, and the rest of us would be better off because there'd be more houses available for owner-occupiers, creating a downward pressure on house prices to make sure that people on Centrelink could also afford a house eventually.
I don't know the in-depth details about the different policies because I believe that a person's individual circumstances, that they should take that upon themselves to learn that, like, you shouldn't hate the player or the game. Like, you should just learn the game and then learn how to win it.
But that's why we call like the housing market a Ponzi scheme, because you rely on more people wanting to invest in property for your property to inflate in value, to make your capital gain from that property to buy more property. So what you're saying is we have to all play a game that is unfair. And so that's the problem, and that policy can be changed from a government level. Anyway, I'll shut up.
When people say like, don't hate the player, hate the game, I do understand where you're coming from. And I think for clarification, I also own a plot of land. I've got 2 houses on them and I rent them out. I don't think property in itself is a bad thing. Also, property is naturally an investment because it becomes an asset class. It's the same as like, you know, a picture frame is just a picture frame, but if there's art in it and lots of people want that art, it suddenly goes up in value. And saying that...
You don't need the frame or the picture to survive, I guess.
Here comes fucking purple figures, eh? With the socialist banter here to destroy everyone's arguments. I could see Labor doing these property investor tax. Then homeowners not selling, but land banking instead. Housing won't get better. Torpine, I bought my house in 98 for $60K. My house today is worth $240K. LOL. Crazy. Mental. It's mental. I went to school with a dude whose mum bought a house one street off Bondi Beach in the 80s for $250,000. And he said everyone called his mum crazy that she would spend $250,000 on a house. And like I'm saying, like, it's one street off Bondi Beach. I remember going to his house. It's so good. In the afternoons, like after school, he'd go to the beach, whatever. Anyway, obviously that property is worth like what, tens of millions of dollars now. But like, yeah, fucking 250,000. Everybody told me I was crazy, man. Wookie. The thing someone with $500 million doesn't have is $1 billion. And nothing will stop them from that arbitrary goal. Yes, it is an arbitrary goal at that point, isn't it? I want to be a billionaire next. Property goes up no matter what. That's the point. Yeah, he was kind of like, yes, but property goes up no matter what. And yeah, that shows you that Mount Druitt boy over there who grew up in Housing Commission has absolutely no idea what Purple P is, and his friend with the artistic shirt is arguing. It's like the Ponzi scheme only works when more people jump on and house prices continue to go up all the time. And it's like, but property always goes up, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Hi to Sausage. G'day, gang. Welcome back. Picture frame, shit example. It was a pretty shit example. I was like, okay, so you put a picture frame is worthless or meaningless until you put art in it. And then if the art's in there, then the picture frame goes up in value. Does it? Can't you just put a different picture frame and then the picture frame will be worthless again or meaningless without the art? That was a pretty shit example. Thank you. Dilemmas. Pingers would want the government to walk up to multiple homeowners and forcefully take their property. That's a problem. The government isn't a magic pill to fix everything. But that's exactly what they did in Singapore. Like, she was just talking about how the government was kind of like, no, we build the housing from now on, and you can buy it off us for 99 years and you can trade on a little marketplace. But at the end of the day, we own everything. We own the entire system. It's all technically public housing, but it's in like a very constrained market setting. So you can trade and do whatever you want among people, but we have high tax rates on housing purchases and this little market, constrained market, but ultimately it's completely owned by the government. And like, pingers would want the government to walk up to multiple homeowners and forcibly take their property. Yes, I think that is fucking quite clear. I think he actually says that. Or said that, didn't he? I believe Colourful Shirt Guy is Jack Toohey. Yeah, who is Jack Toohey? It comes up here on the panel. Content director, Jack Toohey. Who is Jack Toohey, Hobojo? Tell me. Should I care? Is he someone important? Wookie. Now is a good time to buy a house, right? Chat? Anyone? Anyone? Yeah, I don't want to lease my land off the government. On a principle level, I live in the US. I'm sure AU housing prices are probably way higher. Yeah, they are pretty, when you compare the Australian housing market to the US, like, not everywhere, obviously in like big cities in the US, it levels out a bit, but like on the broad, like the general, yeah, the Australian housing market is so inflated compared to the US comparison. That's a Basquiat shirt. You uncultured people talking about artwork. Okay, got it. Misery Moon. I really want to have you to have a chat with Pink Shirt Guy, and I would pay money to see his head explode in real time with how you approach these concepts. Yeah. Just another dirty commie. I think he's just an Instagram influencer. Okay. He's just another dirty commie. Get him. Oh, man. All right, let's let these guys finish. They might come up with a good point somewhere. The Australian economy is house prices and digging holes and foreign students. That's about it. And digging holes. Nice. Do people own land in Australia? Can you own land in Australia? I think people will be surprised at this. He probably has really soft hands. Who are we talking about? Pink shirt boy over there. Yes, you can actually own land in Australia, but it depends on what kind of ownership you mean. See, like when people say, oh, I don't want the government to take stuff off me, I want to own land. Remember this, in Australia, we're not as free as people think. Most come in freehold ownership. This is what most people think of when owning land. You buy property and own the land and the buildings outright. No time limit. You can sell, lease, pass it on. Standard system in the States, like leasehold land, you can lease it. Native title, indigenous, foreign ownership rules. Bottom line, yes, Australian, you can own land outright freehold in this. This is the norm. There's also leasehold systems. That's not true. Let's have a look. Let's dig into this properly. You lease it, 50 to 99. Shows up in developments in the Capital Territory. Freehold ownership in Australia. Is this not limited? Freehold ownership in Australia, is this not limited by a property system which is built on Crown land? It is my understanding that all land in Australia is actually on some type of a 99-year lease from the Crown. Australia freehold land is not 99-year lease from the Crown. If you own freehold, you effectively own the land indefinitely. Crown land origins. All land in Australia was originally claimed by the British Crown. Over time, parcels were granted or sold into freehold or retained by the Crown. Once land becomes freehold under the Australia like Torrens title, it is privately owned, not subject to expiry date. Leasehold does exist, but it's separate. Comparison with places. You're describing exactly closer to the UK and Singapore. Ownership, what does ownership really mean in Australia? Even with freehold, ownership isn't absolute in a philosophical sense. Governments can compulsorily acquire land. Zoning and planning law is applied. Taxes and regulations exist. There's no ticking lease clock like a 99-year lease. Constantly trying to trick crimes and arrest them all. All right. It is my understanding that a country like the US has proper property ownership. If you own land in the US, it is exclusively your ownership. As you have noted in Australia, even if you own land, it can be compulsorily acquired and taken off you. You do not own it as such. It is being transferred to you from the Crown. Can you explain this situation? If the government takes land, they have to give you fair compensation, whatever that means. The way you're framing the US has true ownership, Australian doesn't quite hold up. In practice, both countries have very similar limits on property rights, even though the legal history sounds different. Both Australia and the US, you can own land indefinitely freehold. You can sell it, lease it, pass it on. The government can still take it under certain conditions. Even in the US, property is subject to what is called eminent domain. Governments can compulsorily acquire private land. They must provide a just compensation under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. This has been used for roads, infrastructure, and even controversial redevelopment projects. In Australia, free ownership via Torrens title is indefinite and secure. Governments can compulsorily acquire land. They must generally provide compensation under law. Crown land. Can you explain then how it works if you find some type of resource on your freehold property in Australia, do you outright own the resources in the soil? For example, if you found gold or oil, is this the same in America? Ours can be taken not because of needing to pay, because the land is useful to the government. Interesting. Australia, minerals are mostly owned by the state. Even if you have freehold title, the law generally separates surface ownership from subsurface resources. United States, private mineral rights are common. The US system is quite different. Land ownership can include mineral rights. These rights can be owned together with the land or separated and sold independently. So if you own both surface and mineral rights and discover oil or gold, you can profit directly. If someone else owns the mineral rights, they have a legal right to extract. Australia, key difference. Most valuable resources belong to the state regardless of who owns the land. United States, subsurface rights can be privately owned and traded. Interesting. All right, so look, I stand corrected. I still don't think that like we're talking about the same thing here with the research assistant. When I studied property law as part of my planning degree, my understanding was definitely that even though we have a ownership system, like ultimately all land in Australia is owned by the Crown. And so like we might have technical ownership, but like really all land all land that you hold in a certain title arrangement is ultimately given to you via the Crown. Whereas in America, you actually they believe strongly in property rights and you do own things, like hence the test with like resources. In Australia, you own, basically, I think it's like a meter maybe where you can put your foundations potentially. You own up to that level. We even have rules about airspace above your property as well, how much you actually own. And so like the United States case is like you own property, like hence all the oil fields and stuff like that. You own the property, you own, the airspace and the land space itself, like, up and down, you own that property. And so you can benefit off that property to the full extent of you would benefit from property. Here in Australia, if I found like, I don't know, a gold nugget under my house, I wouldn't own that technically. But in the US, I believe that given the value that they place in property ownership and property rights, you would own that. But yeah. Very interesting. Aussie minerals are Aussie's birthright, but I have miners' rights. So if I find gold, it's mine. That's communism dilemmas. Yes, Aussie minerals are Aussies by birthright. That is, owning by the people, owning everything together, owning the means of production. Yes, that is communism. Sometimes the seppos do get it right. Only a certain amount down though, yeah. This week does have me so black-pilled. I am as lifetime Labour voter really considering my options. Interesting. Seppos can get 5-year home loans? That's crazy. I love how much people use the term seppos. That's interesting. I think here the US government can also claim eminent domain to obtain property. Yeah, they can. They definitely can. I find that the American property system is way more based on individual rights and protection of individual property rights than in Australia. We're very much more like big government when it comes to some of these property rights and claims over the land. Hence why I asked the question about like resourcing and stuff. I'm a social libertarian, remember? You can't pin me down. I'm politically homeless. Sounds like you need a better housing system then. Maybe some public housing will pin you down, social libertarian. Black pilled is nihilism. Oh my God. Ravy got me using it. Thanks. Seppos. All right. Fuck, we haven't even gotten through most of this debate yet. I'm sorry. I keep getting fucking distracted here.
That's true. That's true.
So supply and demand though, and they don't make any more land, so it's going to go up no matter what.
I do agree with what you're saying, and my perspective is Australia is so unique. We love our property. We see property as a safety net, and we've kind of overindulged into that. And that's worked for our parents' generation and our grandparents' generation, but doesn't work for us. And I remember what it was like being a first-time buyer. It's so, you go home, you kind of cry every day. And saying that, I think people need to move their investment.
Anyone had a house, like owned property in Australia and just gone home and cried every night? Anyone? I had a mortgage. I was not crying every night. What's she talking about?
Out of property and move them into other asset classes like shares, like startups, invest in venture. We can't stop people from wanting to improve their wealth and their lives, but we can encourage them through policies like, hey, if you take your money out of property and put it here, and you get an incentive.
Higher return.
Or a high, well, the return.
You do get a higher return. You might be curing cancer or inventing the next thing that's going to change society by investing in businesses that innovate.
Exactly.
So I think
the guy with the pink shirt having hands to match.
agree with Eddie that there is a role for investors to play. Like, at the end of the day, the system should be one where people can make a decision, but every Australian should be able to buy a house if that's what they want to do. I actually completely agree with you about the way, it's like we've gamified the housing system, total Ponzi scheme, but you can't deny the role that immigration plays in that. So if you look at the biggest property investors in Australia, they will say don't touch things like negative gearing, and they will say bring in more people.
We stopped immigration during COVID and house prices went up
quicker than it's
ever gone.
Well, at first they went down.
They went up in the year. They went up. They went up the highest amount. Property values increased the most that they've ever increased when we had zero. We had negative migration. I disagree wholeheartedly. The data does not support the fact that immigration is increasing house prices. It's the tax settings and our cultural obsession with property that increases house prices. If we stopped immigration tomorrow, house prices will continue to rise because you need house prices to continue to rise. Otherwise,
I'm just seeing pink shirt guy on a big screen. Holy shit, this guy's definitely hitting up Grindr at the Young Liberal meetings. I know, right? He's got the Young Liberal vibe for sure. For sure. That's all I could think about when I was seeing him.
Lose money. Since the pandemic, we've brought in 1.3 million people in net overseas migration. You can't ramp up migration in the country and not be building houses and then expect house prices to stay in a range where people
But we
can
are
afford
building
them.
houses.
Yeah.
There's been more dwellings completed than there's been households formed. So that's just a racist scapegoat.
For the last 4 decades, we built more houses than our population has grown in terms of percentage. So if we accept that in the 80s that housing was affordable for...
He's the fucking silver bullet. If Purple Pingers and his mate, whatever his name is, Jack Toohey, is correct here, like the silver bullet that everyone has for the housing crisis is like, well, supply doesn't keep up with demand. It's like, well, apparently they build more fucking houses than there are people. So like, what the fuck's going on there? All right. Now remember, let's just go back to fucking economic basics here, ladies and gentlemen. Economics 101. What does a market do? Hock Toohey. I'm not going to call him Jack Toohey anymore. It's Hock Toohey. What does a market do? It helps distribute goods and services, value. It helps move shit around from one person over here who's got it to someone who wants it. It moves shit around, yeah? So like if what they're saying is true, that we've actually built more houses than we have people that need housing, this is a market problem. Dun, dun, dun. So I'm not going to fucking fact check Purple Pingers and Hook Toohey over here on what they're saying. But again, if there is actually more houses than people, it's not a supply problem. It's a fucking market problem. It's like supply and command. It's not rocket applied.
Most people, even from low incomes, we've built more houses than our population has needed. We've had influx of immigration over the last 5 years, which isn't actually much higher than it would have been had the pandemic not happened. So the immigration argument is one that is potent because it's easy to blame immigrants for the housing crisis rather than the structural issues which were created by neoliberal economics.
I don't think that you can tell ordinary people watching at home that this immigration thing isn't a problem. It's a huge problem. Everyone watching...
Only if you say it is.
Yeah, it's easier to blame migration than it is to blame people like Eddie who own 180 homes.
They need to live
somewhere.
somewhere.
From someone that comes from an immigrant background. It's not actually as easy as people think it is. You know, my dad came to Australia, he studied engineering, he worked for Sydney Water, he built like many of the clean drinking water systems that we all still use today. It's really difficult for immigrants to find work and to actually stay here. So the ones that are able to stay here, the reason they are doing that is because they contribute a lot to our economy. Yeah,
I don't think anyone will deny that immigrants contribute a lot, but people need to live somewhere.
Yeah,
So that's how you feel
of course, yeah.
Privatising Australia's public services would make them more effective. Kian, do you want to start?
I don't think there really is an argument about economic efficiency, like privatised government services have been better. I think it's interesting to look at like an example of that in Australia with the national electricity market. It was privatised in the late 90s and then it worked. We had affordable electricity. Then over the last kind of 15 years, 20 years, when the government started to get more involved again, and we've seen this kind of deprivatisation of the national electricity.
Google sucks D9X. What's this? Seriously, I'm convulsing seeing the pathetic lying imposters who love little girls stealing from everyday battlers and deceiving us with their bullshit heritage. They're imposters and disgusting, vile. Convulsing seeing the pathetic lying monsters, imposters stealing from everyday battlers and deceiving us with their bullshit heritage. They're imposters. Who are you speaking about, Google sucks? Can you just give me a little bit more context? Can you point the finger a little bit better? Are we talking about someone in this debate here? Or is this a side conversation? I would like to know more.
Market, prices have gone up, reliability has gone down, and everyone's paying the cost. People sitting at home can feel that real example of the government getting back into the electricity grid and how poorly that's gone.
This is such a pink shirt argument, isn't it? Like, you expect this guy to make this fucking comment. 100%. I'm caught off guard. Trump, King Charles, Rothschild. Right, you're speaking about something different to this debate. Got it. I thought you were accusing one of our panelists here of something. Google sucks. But no, now women can own property. It's a relatively new thing. Yeah, you would expect pink shirt guy to have an opinion like that. He's just like, oh, we privatized electricity in this country and it got better. And then the government stepped in and made it worse. And so that's why electricity sucks in this country, because of government regulation. It's just like, well, hold on. Seriously. We privatized electricity and now it's a problem. I think you're going too far to say we privatized electricity, everything was swimming. Then government regulation stepped in and fucked everything up. It was going swimmingly before that. There was always government regulation. Always. It's not a new thing. It was always regulated. So really, if you think about it, if it was always being regulated from the inception point that it was privatized, it is the privatization that has caused the fucking problem. Come on, bro. That's exactly what I would expect you to say, pink shirt boy. Exactly. Now you're just proving my fucking profiling of you. Whoa. Thank you. Pink shirt boy over here. Come on.
Yeah, I disagree.
We privatized the poles and wires in that time. We sold everything off. And the reason why energy bills are expensive is because we have private businesses selling our resources, our gas overseas, and selling it back to us at international rates. So the increase in our energy bills is purely due to the privatization of our resources and the services. The thing that is actually putting downward pressure is government investment on renewables that have come into the grid.
Yeah, but
woke rubbish. Let's read the context here. In late 2025, renewables delivered a record 51% of the natural electricity market's energy mix. Renewables are expected to decrease energy prices. You have a thought on that one? Their dilemmas. Watch out, pink shirt boy. He's coming for you. But his logic is just like, it's just outrageous. It's like they privatized everything. It was a fucking utopia. And then all of a sudden government regulation came in. Like, what? There was no government regulation around the privatization itself and how they provide electricity on the market. Come on. It can't be serious. Private means shareholders. That means profit and growth every year for nothing extra. That eye roll, pink shirt guy. My God. I can hear Trump now. China. One nation has migration numbers under 130,000. Sometimes I want Pauline to be the person the left thinks she is just for the lols. I like rooftop solar, but I don't get caught out pulling from the grid. Because we know that doesn't matter. If they are charging the highest prices for estimating, they may use batteries, right? Yes. Yes, and what is it like how the market works these things out as well? We looked at we spent a whole Far Right Friday trying to investigate this shit. And it's not as simple as they make it out to be. I was only paying half tuition, but I know the way electricity works, we pay the most expensive estimated rate because companies are assholes. Yes, they pay the highest prices because that's how they figured out the market here. We pay the most expensive price. And that's what the problem is when it comes to renewables. Or that's how they've argued it anyway.
We privatised it and then the government just jumps right back in. And so you can't say, well, it's a privatised grid when the government says what you can use to generate the electricity, how much percentage of your generation has to come from solar and wind. Like when the government is so involved in all those things, it's not really a privatised market.
But that's not the thing that makes it expensive. Like $12 for every $100 that we spend on our electricity bill actually goes to the cost of generating the power. The rest is pretty much purely like profit for a bunch of private companies that are like, having their little profit-making, shenanigans. We've had this privatisation experiment in Australia for, Qantas, electricity, health insurance, roads, ports, like anything that you can think of, we've privatised. None of those services have gotten better. They've all gotten worse and more expensive. And we still, subsidise people. There is no need to profit from people's human needs. And that's the reason that everything is so expensive, because there's a profit motive. Like everything should just be nationalised.
I do agree somewhat with like some things we should never privatise. For example, healthcare. I feel like that is like a human right. And as soon as you turn that into a business, it just gets a little bit, it gets messy.
Yeah, like
but
housing and stuff.
I do feel like though, sometimes the government might not be as efficient at spending our money as, say, like a business might. I'm not sure why. Did you see the new BOM website, Bureau of Meteorology? It costs $100 million for a website.
Because they outsourced to a private company.
Yeah, I mean, no business would spend that much money on a website. So it's like,
if it was in a free market, business to business, they're never going to spend that much money. But that's where you've got the worst combination of big government and big government largesse, and then big corporates. Big corporates who say we'll go in. The government's spending more and more money. We'll go in and get some.
Yeah, I'll take free money.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. If you're a private company, why wouldn't you take free money from the government, particularly this Labor government, who is really keen on handing it out to whoever the fuck they want?
We need to be like more efficient at spending the money and just making sure that it's not wasted, because I feel like, we need that balance.
But there's no people aren't born as like a public
friend of mine worked on that. What, the BOM site? It's private consulting that fucked it up, LOL. Very interesting. My sister only gets a bill in winter when they have their floor heating on. Solar covers their power all year round. There it is. I live in the Midwest, the USA. Been super stormy last year and this year. Yeah, fuck. They must have figured out ways to get solar panels to be a little bit more resistant than that, though. Must have been some hardcore fucking hail. Crazy hailstorm. Is this 4 capitalists versus 2 socialists? The blue shirted chick seems on the fence. I don't even know anymore. See, this is the thing, like the debate devolves, like they're not even talking about capitalism. Like none of these pricks, bar purple pingers, would actually even be able to define what capitalism is. They'd be like, I don't know, we've had like when people trade and use money and stuff, but like people have always traded and used money. No, I don't know. I don't know, man. LOL, dirty commies. Ravi baby. Yes, the BOM side. He kept telling them the code was shit and they wouldn't listen.
A worker or a private sector worker, and somehow these private sector workers like woke up, came out of the womb, and were like, I'm just more efficient at my job. Like that's not like the people that can work in both fields can transfer and do transfer. There's no reason why the
baseball sized hail. Yeah, well, your roof would be completely fucked by that too as well. Oh fuck.
sector is inherently more efficient. Like the profit motive like really makes for a scenario which actually doesn't make it more efficient, it makes it more profitable.
But do you think that maybe the government is the best at attracting like the top talent of Australia to make sure that, you know, we are spending our money wisely and we are spending our
I think she
like hard-earned
leans more
tax dollars
socialist, but she still hasn't broken free from her moderate centrist indoctrination. Yeah. That makes sense. It was. Yeah, shit. God damn. Thank God for insurance. I can't believe your insurance paid out. Congratulations to you. That's not the American horror story that we usually get when it comes to insurance.
In the best way possible.
Totally.
Yeah,
They would
that's
attract,
what I think.
Yeah, definitely.
We need to attract
Totally.
the best of
I'm
the
a
best.
public servant. I've worked in the private sector. In the private sector, my role was to make as much money for this private company as possible. In the public sector, my job is to do my job to the best of my ability. It's like the motive is completely different, and it, you know, results in worse outcomes for people, for customers, for everyday Australians. When your job is to make as much money as you can for some.
She sounds like someone who would use "let's circle back" in her private life. That's so good. She does. All right, let's circle back here. Oh man, that's so good. If it was flood, I wouldn't have gotten anything. Oh yeah, that's just like Australia then.
Shareholder that you don't know, then to make sure that someone's needs are met.
And healthcare seems like a perfect example of that. Like a for-profit doctor isn't going to provide better service than a for-service doctor.
Not necessarily. The public sector doctor, you work an 8-hour day, 5 days a week, and that's it. Because if you choose to work an extra day, you're not going to capture any extra value. And then you have a private sector doctor who has a private practice, and you say, if you choose to be open 7 days a week, you can make more money. There's an incentive there for the doctor to be open and available to people 7 days a week. And that's the beauty of the private market. It's about incentive.
You shouldn't have to have an incentive to make sure that people don't die, and particularly when the incentive is the profit motive. Like, I don't think that's right. So
there is absolutely a case for public ownership of a public hospital that's available to anyone, no matter what time of the day or night, how much money they have in their bank account, they can rock up and receive healthcare. Absolutely. But if you have an entirely public system where then you don't allow doctors to work extra hours and earn extra money.
Why can't you do that? Why can't you just have more doctors working for the public system? More GPs that aren't, you know, working for a boss that is a clinic that is profiting from
But what's
their
the problem
labour.
with having both?
Because the profit motive makes everything more expensive.
I got censored. I kind of hope all 150 of his houses burned down and the fire department wasn't funded enough to save even one. And then on top of that, his insurance doesn't pay out because they define it as flood damage. Da-da-da. Good luck to that one. Yes, Wookie. I wonder why that got censored. I think Pingers might be 12 years old. Bro, I like my doctors not working 7 days a week. Thanks. This is hilarious. So why does it need to be profit, for fuck's sake? A new roof would have cost me like $30,000. I paid $2,500. Damn. Overworked healthcare workers give such better care. But they do it for profit.
The profit motive, it doesn't make things.
You don't need the profit motive to have more doctors. You can just hire more doctors and pay them well.
I think that people become doctors because it pays quite well.
Yeah, so we should pay doctors well.
It's the same as like teaching or something. Like we can just afford to pay teachers more. Like
and
they can't work on a Saturday as a teacher, but like we should just be paying them like a livable wage to that based on the value that they create to society. But when you think of that from a private schooling perspective, the ultimate goal there is to increase profit, increase school fees. But the reason why you're able to attract like better teachers in the private sector is only because we're underpaying public sector teachers or underpaying public sector nurses. So
it's not even that the teachers are better or worse. It's just like they have less resources because the government underfunds the public schools. Like the teachers are excellent in public schools.
People don't become doctors just for the money. Jesus Christ. Ah, come on. Eh? But when you ask kids what they want to be when they're older, I want to be a doctor. Why? Because I'm going to get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, it's just, come on, Ravy, come on. I love aged care. So many lazy women doing double shifts and leaving the slack for everyone else. Heidi Sausage, we have minimum standard fire and defined events for home insurance. It's only excluded if you're in a flood zone. Crazy.
My personal issue with privatization is it just genuinely it creates so much inequity. If you're someone that has money, you can go get an x-ray. You have much better health outcomes if you go to private school.
Totally.
You probably have much better education outcomes.
Because you can afford to, yeah.
It creates an issue that I have, which is if you privatize things more and more, then what you see in healthcare, in my past life, I was an optometrist, and you could see that patients that didn't get access to good healthcare, that went through the public system, they would not be able to get seen fast because the public system had so much stress. They would then have worse outcomes, and it would actually be a higher cost to the government because you have more poverty, more negative distribution. There's all these like offset effects of privatization, which is probably hard to measure. I wouldn't want Australia to get more privatized.
I'd say, obviously, from a property investment perspective, you have to have the private sector there. There was over a 12-year wait for myself and my single mum who was on a pension, on Centrelink. If you're on a pension or you don't have a high income, you can't get a house. So
that's because housing is privatised, though. If it was nationalised, if it was publicly run, you wouldn't have had the 12-year wait because you wouldn't have had to wait 12 years to have a house because of the private market just,
like
gobbling
in the
up all the
Soviet
houses.
Union where there was no homeless people and you could get into a house straight away in the beautiful
Sure, I'm not a Stalinist, so I'm not advocating
what are you
for the
proposing
Soviet
the government take over all?
Like, what a fucking, like, what does he even mean by that? It's just like the Soviet Union who had no homeless people and you could get a house? Like, that sounds wonderful. What is that? What's the point of that? And then fucking purple, but well, I'm not a Stalinist. Like, why would you respond like that? What is wrong with creating a society where people aren't homeless and if they need to, they can get a house? What the fuck is he going on about? I am confused, Pink Shirt Boy. Can you follow that up? Because it sounds like a fucking paradise if you have a society that houses people instead of letting them be homeless. I think it was sarcasm, but yeah, but like, at what? What was the point of the sarcasm? Was it just to prove that capitalism actually is even, like, capitalism right now in Australia is worse than what socialism was doing in the 50s in Russia? He's implying they still had homeless? Okay. I didn't get that connotation from him. I actually don't know if that's true at all, even. Very interesting.
All the properties, like I'm very
why not?
confused.
Well, they did that in
How would they do that?
They did that
I mean,
in
we can
Singapore and
expropriate it.
Vienna.
You can come up.
We can do it. An individual can do that.
Like that.
You can go squat in all the empty houses.
There were two case studies.
Way to do it.
They had the same thought process. I was like, oh, how on earth can you make housing public? It doesn't
Build public housing. It's pretty simple.
Well, it's simple, but it's also not, because you'd have to then take all, like, if let's say you want to distribute, if you do public housing just on bare land, then you're pushing everyone to one area, and that's not what you want. You want public housing to integrate into society.
Totally,
but then to do that, you have to buy houses off, everyday Australians. And
you could just take it. Wouldn't have to buy it.
You can't actually, under the Constitution, our Constitution, you can't just seize property.
There's unjust terms and whatever.
Yeah, but
The Constitution you can't take housing? Is that what he's saying? Like, why can't you take housing? I thought you just need to have compensation for it. What are you talking about?
if you let me finish,
Sure, let's do that.
Warms my heart to hear that E doesn't like Pinger. Look, I'm just not convinced. And if he's trying to fucking win it, like, convince people, be convincing, not win a debate, but like be convincing, he's not doing it well. The concept just breaks their brain. True, Stalin was brutal.
if you let me finish, then you'll hear what I was about to say,
up.
which is that two case studies showed that you can actually remove housing from people. They did it in Vienna. They built all these houses, public houses. They used luxury tax as a way to pay for it. And 60% of Viennans live in public housing.
Can I just get Kian to wrap up the point?
I think that we too often put too much faith in the motives and the incentives of political leaders, and that the beauty and the power of the free market is you take away that ability for public officials, politicians, and the very senior bureaucrats to abuse their position or have some elements of corruption or kickbacks, which is what you see in every communist and socialist society all through history. Beauty of the market is taking that power away from them and leaving it up to individuals to make decisions about how things are done.
You're taking it away from the voting population and giving it to shareholders. That's what the power. That's what
No,
you
it's
talk
not.
about.
You make it.
And that didn't get censored? Seriously, is not rail is a real good way of removing housing. Yeah, fucking look at the West Bank. Eh? Look at Gaza. His hands are so pink, they glow.
Decision every time.
I get to vote for a politician who gets to decide on who the public servants are. I don't get to vote on the shareholders of Qantas.
That was really amazing. Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Not
Thank you.
that amazing. It was pretty lackluster, I must say. Come on, fucking SBS. Hey, seriously. Pingers is a left-wing hero? This is what I have to deal with? I don't know, man. Left-wing hero's a bit rich. Yeah, I typed and was ready to screenshot. Oh my god. Just requires no conscience to live there. Conscience? What the fuck is that? We have God's will behind us. God's will compensates for all things. All right. I gotta leave it there. We made it. We made it through. We'll have to do another one. Like, has anyone got any more of these types of debates on capitalism or whatever? Like, you know, hit me up in and like tag me in Discord so I can see it. I also want to know if people have thoughts on what we should be doing for Far Right Fridays on Friday. The chosen people. So like if you've got any suggestions for Far Right Fridays, tag me so I can see it as well. It doesn't get just lost in the endless chatter that happens in Discord. If you are new here and you haven't done this already, come and join our Discord community. Here's an invitation. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, hit the like button and subscribe for more. If you're watching this on Twitch and you haven't done so already, follow. But yeah, come to Discord and share your propaganda with us. It would be nice. As long as you don't play Jubilee, LOL. Yeah, look, I'm trying to avoid it. But like, if you think of anything that's good from Jubilee, then why not? What I can take away from this video is fuck pink shirt guy. Yes, thank you. And fuck Mount Druitt 180 houses guy. Yes. Yes, Mr. I can easily say that I grew up in more impoverished conditions than anyone else in human history. And look at me now with my 180 houses. I'd rather live under the capitalism than communism. Just saying. There it is. There's your final thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everyone who's been hanging out today. Hi to the Sausage Tall Pine, Sarsaparilla Jane, Hobo Joe, Wookie. Who else we got here? Dilemmas. Who else I got? 4AS, Ravy Baby. I can't go all the way back, but I'm going to go as far as I can. Who else I got here? Who else I got? Oh, Solar Bear was in the house too. Google Sucks hanging out. For a little bit, potentially. Who else have I got? 4AS, I think I've said you already. Jag was in the house earlier. Govan, I hope I'm saying it right. Thank you very much for the gift as well, the super chat, and thank you very much for the gift subbing today, 4AS as well. You're a fucking legend, holding us all down. If I missed you, I'm sorry. I can't go all the way back, but thank you everyone for your contributions today. It's been a funny stream, especially at the end there. I've actually had a lot of fun scrutinizing these people. So, Topline, thanks for having me. Nice meeting you all. It was fun, and greetings from the US. And we will see you tomorrow on another stream, same time, likely, same place. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow.